Sutek tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up, but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erase videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't
It's no problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
I love to tell Sutek. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Have him pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. Right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be.
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like.
What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossy Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossy Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P. In the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. Tell a op that we're live too. And y'all know who the ops are. Let me move my head. All the Aboriginal, Wabo, Indigenous, anti-science, they the ops. No matter the subject matter, they the ops. I ain't being a friend. You see me in the street, turn your head. It's that real. And if you got smoke, then you got smoke. But good afternoon, everybody, man. Peace to y'all. I know y'all might be transitioning from work to home or still working or whatever the case may be. I appreciate everybody tapping in. The reason that we're here today is because I wasn't gonna go live. I was just gonna relax, especially after last night where we lost a couple of brain cells listening to Ling Ling go on a tangent, and apparently his reading comprehension gets in the way of him trying to understand what he just read, and that was a problem for him. It's crazy because his argument is the same thing, and then they use the same sources, and the same talking points to try to argue and illustrate something that isn't even in effect to what's going on in the world. So I might sound a little hoarse, but it's cool. But last night was kind of crazy dealing with Ling Ling. I mean, you literally said there's no distinctions in this chapter, and the guy gives you distinctions of 3 groups of people in the Americas. He separates the Negro, he separates the Indian, he separates the European, and then you say that is not the case, and then you go and make stupid arguments. And guess what he did after that show? 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, he goes and make a very long post. No. Right after the show, he makes a post, tags me. Then after like a few hours later, like it's like 4 or 5 in the morning, he makes another post, tags me. Then he makes another post, doesn't tag me that post, and then put tag me in the comments. He is on a tangent. And the reason that he's on a tangent like that is because his reading comprehension is off. And that's part of the problem with a lot of these people in the community. They don't know how to comprehend what it is that they're reading, or they don't know how to comprehend what it is that they're listening to. So they have reading and listening comprehension, and therefore you can see how some of them can be confused as to why they believe the things that they want to believe, yet they don't have any evidence or facts to substantiate it. So I want to say peace to everybody in the chat. Those of you who are speaking in the chat, because I can't see the ones that are not speaking. So Public Enemy, Teddy, Sister Benita's in the building, Barry, Desmond, Melanated Goddess, Ava, few others. Oh shit. This heifer, Mika. Peace to everybody in the chat. Rob Rich, was good, bro? We about to get started right here, man. Like this show, share this show. Let's get it up. So, Dan Callaway. First of all, hold on. Let me take a step back before I get into this. What Melanated say? We need more abos that have some information to refute Ling Ling, just so we're talking smoke signal. Just ask a million gaslighting questions. Come through if you really abo. Facts. Facts. We need the supposed to be real intellectual abos, wabos. Like on some real shit. I mean, I wouldn't even turn up if someone was being very intellectual and had some information that we could actually comb through. You know, but when you start talking stupid, then I just lose our respect for you. I'm just going to be disrespectful. But so Dan Callaway did a video about a month ago. I don't watch his channel. So for people who do kind of catch up to what he's saying, and I'll subscribe to his channel just to see what type of stupid stuff that he's on. He did a channel. He did a show. He did a show on the Harlem Renaissance, the Harlem History Club, to be exact. Now, what's a little sketchy to me about this is I wonder why Danny didn't go at him immediately. I don't know if Danny knows about it or not. So, true story, and if you're watching, I am going to play some of it. We are going to have to do it in 30-second increments, because if we go beyond 30 seconds, he's going to try to copyright strike. He's going to try to shoot. He's letting you know already. See what he did in Odyssey. He's doing it. What up, Shabaka? But we're going to get through a few minutes of him in his video. And I want y'all to hear the claim. Once we hear the claim, we're going to transition into the rest of the bill, as we're going to hear from our brothers and our ancestor, and then we're going to relate to some material that is in our possession regarding the subject matter. What up, Antonio? It's good, bro. So again, this is from a month ago. I just caught wind to it. I don't know if True Story addressed it or not. Usually he does a good job at doing this, because this is right up his alley and in his backyard. And anytime you're up his alley and in his backyard, he don't need no waiting around. He just strike up the band and he can shoot from the hip. And then if he wants to edify us even more, then he'll go on his Rolodex of primary sources and then get straight to us. So we're going to deal with Con Callaway, Scamaway, and we're going to see what he got going on. Nag Panel was an abo nightmare yesterday. He was a real black with verifiable native lineage. Eric Cujo, Nag Turtle Gang, only Mission Vasa. We know the real black native. Yeah, right. This is a great point. You know what's funny about this point right here is that look what side these individuals are on. that she put in the chat. Eric, Cujo, not a coincidence. Vasa was working, but he did show up in the chat, I do believe. Yeah, because he was dropping some sources. Turtle Gang was in there. All five of these individuals, ladies and gentlemen, have native ancestry on one side of their family that they descend from, that admix with their African side. So real, true to life, these people have some native ancestry, and they're sitting here and edifying Negroes who ain't even got that. They're telling people that, hey, bro, you ain't us, but we are together on this. And they're saying, nah, we was here before y'all. How, bro? My people been here, bro. On one side of my family. And the other side of my family was brought against their will here and intermingled with the people that was my family that was already here. They all have that same similar story, bro. Their names are showing up on places. They got the evidence to prove it. They can substantiate the positions, and not one single abo that we argue with on a day-to-day basis can do any of the things that those five individuals up here could do. Can't do it. And it's crazy to me. What up, Kevin? What up, Coach? What's good, Coach? What's going on, man? See you in a minute. Arca, what's good, bro? Yeah. History of Native American people started before 1618. It was told in reverse. You history people don't want to accept the truth. Boy, he came in trolling, shooting it from the Callaway playbook. Why is the dawn? What's good? What's good? What's good? So yeah, like I said, man, we're going to get into the bill. This was done before, unbeknownst to me. I don't know how true story and didn't get a hold of this. What up, RP? But it was done. So we're going to hear a little bit of this, and I'm gonna be kind of interjecting in there. What up, Savio? I'm gonna be interjecting in there for many reasons, and then once we get the claim out and we all can identify the claim, then we'll move forward and deal with some other few things, and then get into some literature review. We will do a playback that I have lined up because I want to actually pinpoint something very significant about this whole discussion. What's up, Olu? What's good, bro? Peace to you. Peace to everybody out there, man. Hopping in, chopping in. Y'all right on time, man. We about to get right into this thing. So let's get it cracking. Let me share my screen. Which one I want to go to first? I want to go to, here we go. Boom. Okay, now, this is Callaway video. It's called the Harlem Renaissance, Replacing Their Identities. One more time for the people in the back. It's called the Harlem Renaissance, Replacing Their Identities. So I don't want to say Dane's claim because I already know Dane's claim. So instead of me giving you Dane's claim, I'm going to play it so you could hear him say it. Okay? So there's no running around, no miscombobulating, none of that stuff. All right? This is going to be totally riddled out of his mouth. I don't know why Drake is up there. I don't know why Kendrick is up there. I don't know. Right now, he's got some stuff he claiming that he's doing. I don't know. I don't see how he ends up on the panels and things of that nature that he ends up on, and how he's so popular among stupid people. Hold on one second. right, so there we go. My bad. Excuse the noise in the background. My son getting ready to go to the movies, and it just started pouring down to be exact. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's go here and let's get to it. So we're gonna hear from the horse's mouth. I blame True Story because I feel like he should have already had handled this.
The term Renaissance. However, after in my recent video, I talked about the term Renaissance. However, after reading some of the comments, I realized that some people may not be familiar with the historical context of the Harlem Renaissance, which is also known as the New Negro Movement. The Harlem Renaissance was the hidden creation and implementation of an army meant to overcome one of the nation's strongholds.
All right, so before we get into the 30-second threshold, he is already saying what you think that he's going to say. It sounds good initially. You can kind of ride with him up into a degree, but you know the fix is coming. Something is coming, and he's planting that seed, right? He talked about the Harlem Renaissance and the birthing of the new Negro, right? And if you're unfamiliar with what he mean by the new Negro, Danny did plenty of shows and bills on this, but we're going to get into this. But we need to hear the claim from the horse's mouth first.
Located close to an immigration port. Indigenous populations that were directly related to North America were strategically moved out of the area. And
all right, so I'm going to go back again just a little bit because I need y'all to realize who is he referring to that was moved out. So for those of you who don't know how to recognize a claim is getting ready to be presented to you. Now we can deal with that claim later, but because that's another part of this, but you need to understand when a claim is being made. I know you're just listening to it and it sounds so profound and the audio and the visual is going hand to hand and he's speaking into that $2,000 mic in his studio, in a studio setting, and his sound quality is excellent, right? It's all of that jazz, right? So don't get lost in the sauce. Listen to the first claim.
Of an army meant to overcome one of the nation's strongholds, located close to an immigration port. Indigenous populations that were directly related to North America were strategically moved out of the area and replaced with a multitude of migrators that hailed from the Caribbean islands. It was a foreign exchange. The word har signifies the composition of an army, while the word limb is synonymous with limb or edge.
All right, so again, what he basically just said was the indigenous populations was closer to these ports. They were moved out by foreign people from the islands. Okay. Now he doesn't say who's indigenous and who's not, but he is insinuating, if you follow his arguments, that there were already black people here. If you know his argument, those black people were moved out and replaced with someone, but he doesn't identify who they are placed with and when this actually occurred. There is no historical timeline presented to you at the onset of this video to give you clarity. All you know that he is talking about a Renaissance era, right? That's it. He isn't telling you that in 1901 or 1859 or 1862 or none of that shit has been disclosed to you. If we're talking about the Renaissance era, we shouldn't be working backwards. We should be working toward the inception or a little bit prior to and walking up. But his historical timeline is off. So So to catch him in his first mistake, you got to just lay down a proper foundation of what actually transpired when you're talking about New Netherlands. Because remember, he said the people were moved out. So at the time before this was even New York was established as New York or New Netherlands, right? You got to go back some. That's why I said his historical timeline is off. So I'm not just cutting into it, and I'm trying to actually give y'all some proper context. If you look at the history of New York, it's going to tell you immediately before it became New York, it was New Netherlands. Why was it called New Netherlands? They're going to tell you that. They're going to tell you about the Dutch and all this old other stuff. And when the Dutch arrive and when they get there, then there's these transactions that he just mentioned pushed back. But no, those people from the Caribbean don't immediately come in. The Dutch establishes their presence there. But that's a whole nother conversation. And that's why I said, you got to pay close attention. But let's go.
Harlem, therefore, means to arm the edge of the border. And that is exactly what they did, using art as a cover. The Harlem Renaissance was a cultural movement in the early 20th century that showcased the achievements of so-called African Americans in literature.
He said, the so-called achievements of African Americans, so-called. He said the achievement of so-called African Americans. So now that you're hearing him, you can tell that he's reading something. He's reading something. I don't know if he wrote this himself or if he got some of this from somewhere, then he started infusing his own stuff onto it, as we have known for him to do, according to books that we've went through and caught his historical errors and his plagiarism, and not even citing his sources. So we know that he doesn't cite his sources, and we know that he doesn't give the author credit, and we know that he'll be disingenuous enough to try to claim it as his own. These are the things that we know. But right here, he immediately says that during this era and its inception, these achievements were made by so-called African Americans. Let's go.
Literature, music, dance, fashion, theater, and even politics. The idea was to transform an area that was related to the arts with a complete intellectual and cultural revival.
Okay, so remember, I got to do this in 30-second increments. I'm kind of cutting in before the 30 seconds for a reason. I ain't trying to give up no slack, no slither, no nothing. All right, so just for people that are just now joining us, what up, Thomas, Oklahoma? What up, Donnie? From my view, what's up? So just from the onset, he already tried to negate African American. He tried to say the so-called African American. So now, if they're not the African American, then who are these people? Remember, this is the Harlem Renaissance, and his video is titled Replacing Their Identities. So you have to listen closely because he's going to make a claim, and you have to be able to catch it and identify with it.
The question is, who or what died in order for this to take place? Because in order to revive something, which means to bring it back to life, health, existence, or use, something would have to die first. Listen closely. According to an article written for the History Channel.
Hold on. So I'm cutting right there because I was going to have to pause it, and I want to try to at least get the next 30 seconds out just so we can understand where you're coming from. So there's a brother in the chat right now kind of distracting y'all, and y'all are allowing him to distract y'all. And he's asking one of those remedial questions. I see that y'all are beating him upside the head, but he asked this dumb question. He says, where are the ships? They don't state slaves were brought on them. First of all, they don't have to say Those manifest, shipping manifests don't have to say slaves. They say cargo. They list the people as cargo. They treated the people as cargo. They identified the people as cargo. That's an answer to his question. So let's move on.
The Harlem Renaissance was a golden age for African American artists, writers, and musicians.
Real quick, we don't know where this source is coming from. So you might have to Google this to find out who says this word for word, because he does not give credit. But as I told y'all, he is reciting something that has been written. And then he'll go in there and change things so it stays in his flow. You got to pull out the plagiarism tracker on dude to track his claim, where he getting his information down, because he ain't gonna never get the information.
It gave these artists pride in and control over how the Black experience was represented in American culture and set the stage for the civil rights movement. So before we answer the question of who or what died for this culture rebirth to take place, let's take a look at the definition of art.
All right, so before he answers the question of who or what died, he's going to give us another definition. This is a definition about art. Please let this man read this definition so we can get on to it. So Houston, the people were labeled as cargo. The people on the ship were not people to them. They were commodities. They were trading. This is how you see the slave trade show up on the stock exchange. So you call people dumbasses and then you say it on this channel, but you don't have any evidence to counter what was just stated to you. You're just rambling in the chat with no one paying attention to you unless they're watching the replay and see the chat. It's very easy, bro. This on this same channel that you're asking, where are the slave ships? I did 3 years ago a whole presentation naming the slave ships, their locations, and where they are, and additional information. So if you want to know what the slave ships are, just scroll back a little bit, bro. There's a whole show on that. Catch up. And then you said they took meticulous records. They absolutely did. They also insured their cargo. All we got to do is show you a shipping manifest. It's a wrap. Once we show you a shipping manifest with the people where they come from, they're listed as cargo. How do you think the insurance debts were claimed when people died on those ships? As a matter of fact, I did a specific presentation about a logbook off a ship where they did a day for day, which they always did, and journaled it all the way through till they got to the Americas. That is also on this. It's the Tumberos or something like that. But anyway, let's go, Dan. Read us the damn definition.
Did you know that the word art has a direct connection to the word war?
So here we go. Did you know that the word art has a direct connection to the word war?
In a radical sense, art.
All right. So once again, he does not provide you with an Man. Can y'all hear me? From my view, what do you mean by YouTube be letting BS fly? What you mean by that? What you mean the YouTube be letting BS fly? Okay, y'all can hear me cool. Nah, I don't do that. I got 5,000 megabytes per second of internet, homie. And nothing wrong with my oh, you talking about dying now? They don't ask where the Viking ships they used to come to North America. Yeah, the Vikings did come to North America. Not the United States of America, but North like Canada area. It's where them the Inuit people first seen the white people. So I get what you're saying, and you're right. He said, he said, Big Mac. All right, let's get back to the show, bro. Y'all tripping, bro. Anyway, Dane and Betty could have a channel. It's anti-African. You're correct. You're correct. You're correct. You're correct. All right, so we needed that pause anyway, so he can't strike us. But nah, let's get back to it. So let me know if y'all can see this. All right, cool. Check.
Is considered to be a manifestation of strength through exertion and stretching. This strength is equivalent to power, which is why the term skill is often used. According to Webster's 1828 dictionary.
All right, so here we go. Now, he didn't give us a source for the first definition, but now he's going to give us a source for the second definition. And let's see what Webster Dictionary says.
Art is the disposition or modification of things by human skill. And in this context, quote, art stands opposed to nature. Therefore, this definition of art implies that anything artificial or foreign is in constant war with things that are natural or indigenous.
What? That source don't say that. What you just said, bro, that don't say that. Hold on. The source says art, noun, probably contracted from the root of certs or surd. The radical sense is strength. From the stretching, straining, the primary sense of strength and power, and hence of skill. See an analogy in can. The disposition or modification of things by human skill to answer the purpose intended. In this sense, art stands opposed to nature. So, Dane, what did you say again?
Art stands opposed to nature. Therefore, this definition of art implies that anything artificial or foreign is in constant war with things that are natural or indigenous.
No, it doesn't. That is not what that is implying, bro. That's not what that's implying. How the hell did he come to that conclusion? Yo, how did he come to that conclusion, yo? How did he come to that conclusion? Exactly, Desmond. Exactly, Desmond. Art and artificial are two separate words, bro. How did you do that? Bingo. Bingo. Like, yo, like, what are we talking about right now? This man just flipped the whole script. But come on, remember, we got to get to his initial claim.
Let's delve deeper into the word art as it is related to the word artillery. According to
Let's dive deeper into the word art as is related to the word artillery. Okay.
Webster, the word art is the root word for artillery. In Norman French, artillery is written as...
No, why you didn't read the first one? Artillery, a noun. This word has no plural, right? Why you didn't read that? And then go down and says, in French, artillery is a matros, artiller, to mount cannon. In Amharic, artillery is artillery, and an artist is artiller. In normal French, artillery is written artillery. Emmerich unites the word with art, artist, indicating that the primary sense is instruments, things formed by art, or rather prepared by art, preparations. Now I want to see how he's finna make this something else. Spin it, Dane.
Artillery. The term Norman French can refer to both the Norman people and a specific language known as...
That shit don't say it can refer to a nomic people. We just read the bullshit. And people ain't nowhere in this damn definition. People is not even in the definition.
Law French. This language was a corrupted French dialect used by...
Where the fuck does it says it was a corrupted? What? Oh, wait a minute. What are we reading? What are we reading? Are we reading what's on the screen or something else? Where did you get this referring to a people and then corrupted? Where is that in the definition? Am I lost? Where did he get these other words that he is imposing on the definition of artillery?
By lawyers after the Norman conquest. It is used to refer to the French language as spoken and written in the British Isles. Law French was a Western type of French that was transplanted.
All right, so he's reading something else that ain't got nothing to do with this, and he's implying things. That's why we're confused, because he went on he showed this shit, right? It's the old football trick play. The center snaps the ball but holds it under his butt. The quarterback never gets it, right? Never gets it, but he acts like he got it, and he started running some other way, and then somebody come get the ball from the center and go the other way. Fumblerooski.
To Britain and later exported to the Angles, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland.
And none of that shit in his definition. Remember, he's reading us a definition of the word artillery. In some kind of way, we got off track.
The Webster's 1828 dictionary states, quote, the Amharic unites this word with art, artist, indicating that the...
Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, let me bag up. Every definition that he showed is from the 1828 Webster's dictionary, which we have access to. It is free to the world. So we can go in there and see if it leads us to another word. And then we can go chase that down and see if we can substantiate what he says. The problem that we're going to have here is what he basically just said ain't going to be in the goddamn 1828 Webster Dictionary. Only what we can see on the screen is going to be in the Webster Dictionary. I'm going to say that one more time. Only what we see on the screen is going to be in the Webster's Dictionary. Let me know if my audio tripping.
The primary sense is instruments, things formed by art, or rather prepared by art, are delineated as offensive weapons of war. By the way, the Amharic or American as a native or inhabitant of America.
Uh-oh. 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 Y'all know what he finna do right here. Y'all know what he finna do right here. We gotta go back. Get ready for it. Y'all, listen, get ready for it. Y'all know what he about to do right here. Get ready. Hold on. Get ready. 6:48. Okay. Get ready. No. He said Amharic. He said Amharic. Not America. But get ready. Y'all know where he going.
Inhabitant of America, also known as Breton, in the word Artarica. The Amharic.
Hold up. Amharic doesn't say America. Where the fuck did he get that? Say it again, Dane.
Of weapons of war. By the way, the Amharic or American as a native.
The Amharic or the American as a native. What? Huh? I should have made this a one of them joking memes to troll him. What?
Or inhabitant of America, also known as Breton.
An inhabitant of America. Ladies and gentlemen, can somebody go look that up? Go look that up. Inhabitants of America. What in the flying? All right, let me play a little bit because we need to get to his claim. But these are the things that you deal with when you are dealing with him, Caremio or Top Cats or AP or A1. They do this goalpost moving shit all the time. All the time. And on the screen, this dude put America, also known as Britain.
Rica, also known as Breton, and the word articulary, which I stated earlier, translates to English as article. The Harlem Renaissance movement is historically famous for its representation of art. However, this fame was fueled by a deceptive motive.
So listen, we're about to get to his claim. And once we get here, I'm transitioning off this video. But I may let y'all hear it like 3 or 4 times. But the point is that I'm doing a great job of hitting the second spot. But here we go. So listen to him closely because this is where he's getting ready to tell us what a jig is up at.
Fueled by a deceptive motive.
So he said the whole Renaissance, the whole Harlem Renaissance movement, right, was fueled, his words,
of art. However, this fame was fueled by a deceptive motive.
The fame was fueled by a deceptive motive. What is the motive, Dane?
To influence cultural change within the indigenous population's environment.
He said that the Harlem Renaissance was fueled by a motive to change the indigenous population identity. Hear him again. Listen to his claim in full.
This movement is historically famous for its representation of art. However, this fame was fueled by a deceptive motive to influence cultural change within the indigenous population's environment. According to historical records, Harlem, a neighborhood in Manhattan, was originally a small area reserved for upper-class whites in the 1880s.
Okay, so I gotta pause the video again. Damn, man, I wish this dude wasn't so disingenuous, intentionally disingenuous, because he doesn't like to take correction and he feels like he can't be corrected and he thinks he's right. And egotistically speaking, his thought process is weird. Like, you know, y'all don't know anything, but I know how to use YouTube and my power to, you know what I'm saying, get you to take the goddamn shit down. Like, it's crazy. But anyway, so now he's putting upper class whites in Harlem in the 1880s. We bounced around. We were just talking about the Renaissance and all this, and now, you know, we're back to the 1880s. It's a lot of fact checking that has to go on here, but
however, it was later overdeveloped with the hope that a greater number of white people would move in and occupy the vacant buildings. Unfortunately, this did not happen, and the investors had to decide between facing financial ruin or prioritizing their profits over their racial prejudices. This allowed for multiple middle-class colored families within Manhattan, stemming from the red-lined neighborhood.
Now he says that there were middle-class blacks in Manhattan. They gonna get red-lined out and forced to move into Harlem. And now you got that. So he already made one claim. See, this is so spread out that you can't put it all together and make it make sense. He's literally telling you that the Harlem Renaissance was fueled by an agenda. That agenda was to flip the script and change the dynamics of Harlem. He's literally going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, in a few, I promise you, in a few, he's literally going to tell you the bigger intent.
Neighborhood known as Negro Bohemia to suddenly populate the area of Harlem in the early 1900s. It was reported that the white residents who supposedly originally inhabited the area clashed with the indigenous inhabitants in order to keep.
You see how he's playing with that word indigenous? Because he's reading something, and what he's reading from, he is not providing you that, and then he infuses certain words and changes the verbiage. You're only going to be able to catch him if you type into Google every word that he is saying up until the period, and then search it. And then you can find where he got it from, and then you can read it into context. Most people are impatient and they ain't got the time for that. But that's what he does. Let's hear his claim. Come on, man. Shit.
Them out. And when that failed, they fled in pursuit of a new deal. So the question is, who were they making the new deal with? And also, who is the new Negro they are referring to? British West Indian migration rose immensely in the early 20th century.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Who were they making a new deal with?
Reported that the white residents who supposedly originally inhabited the area clashed with the indigenous inhabitants in order to keep them out. And when that failed, they fled in pursuit of a new deal. So the question is, who were they making the new deal with? And also, who is the new Negro?
Boom. So Dane is under the impression that this so-called new Negro is going to be a different dynamic of a people that is culturally infused into Harlem. Or he's going to argue, never mind. I'm trying to set y'all up without saying it, but I'm just gonna let him say it. Just fuck it.
They are referring to. British West Indian migration rose immensely in the early 20th century, and coincidentally, one of those destinations of choice was the newly desegregated neighborhood of Harlem. During the migration period in New York, the majority of Manhattan's inhabitants were indigenous Americans.
So y'all just heard him. Earlier, he said in Manhattan, that's where the black people was, middle-class blacks. He said middle-class black people were in Manhattan first. And they were redlined out of Manhattan. And then they're supposed to be forced to push down into quote-unquote Harlem area or whatever. Then he comes back and he says this thing again about Manhattan. But this time, he calls them original indigenous. I'm trying to tell y'all, you got to listen to every word this lying sack of shit says.
Of choice was the newly desegregated neighborhood of Harlem. During the migration period in New York, the majority of Manhattan's inhabitants were indigenous Americans. However, this changed with the influx of immigrants, resulting in a subtle merging of cultures.
Hmm. Hey, dude ain't here to listen. Hey, Houston, you want to join the panel, bro? You want to talk? You want to join the panel? I only have one requirement. If you join the panel, you have to be able to share your screen and pull up sources. Because we ain't shooting from the hip. I ain't got time for it. This is a scholarship channel. We do scholarship over here. Why you interrupting the entire chat with your rhetoric? I just need to know, do you want to come up here and are you able to share your screen? And teach us. Since you know so much in the chat, you can come up here and teach us. I'm going to mute my mic and let you just rock out.
An article for the PBS section on the American experience describes how today's New York has become nothing like how it began.
Dang, what the fuck does this have to do with your claim, bro? Come on, man. I already know your claim. I'm trying to let the audience catch you saying the dumb shit. But what does this have to do with your claim, bro? We don't care nothing about what they saying in the recent years compared to a century ago. We all know that gentrification transpired. We know that. We know that for everywhere. So I'm going to give you an example of that. Originally, these major cities originally is where all the white people wanted to be originally. But due to unforeseen circumstances and the influence of the Negro around these intercities, they then went further out because the Negro couldn't afford to move further out. And they were trapped in the city and surrounded by the middle-class whites and upper-class whites, etc. That was a blueprint for a whole entire time. Gentrification is the reverse of all of that. Now we want to go back downtown. We building new buildings. We doing this. We kicking them up out of their neighborhoods. We buying up their property. That little $20,000 house now we can buy their little $20,000 house for $200,000 or $300,000, and they'll get up out of there, and then we can turn around and fix it up and sell that same house for $600,000 to people moving from California. So we know the game, bro. But what does this have to do with your replacing identities?
In the beginning of the 20th century, the article states that this was due to differences over the intervening decades, a change in technology, culture, and urbanistic views. This article also states that in reference to today, in one crucial aspect, its demographics, the city has returned to its roots.
30 seconds be coming so fast, bro. It just becoming so fast. And right now he dragged this out. Like he literally dragged this one out. I ain't even gonna count. Cause his claim coming up, I had it timestamped, but he drags this out, yo. I ain't gonna cap.
New York was once again a city of immigrants. It also goes on to say it had not always been so. Despite the popular vision of New York, the great immigrant city, home of the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, and Manhattan's sprawling patchwork of ethnic neighborhoods.
So let me just go ahead. Ethnic neighborhoods for much of the 20th century. And I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm gonna read it. What is it? Oh, specifically from the late 1920s to the early 1970s, New York had been an American-born city, especially after the Golden Door described by New York poet Emma Lazarus had been shut tight in 1924 by the federal immigration quotas that reduced the flood of newcomers to a trickle. By the 50s, more than 80% of New Yorkers were native-born. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. He's still on the same article.
Other ethnic groups who were not American Indians, but who tried.
Oh, that is not what that fucking source says, you little dirty bastard. I knew it. I just knew. Listen, look at the source. It ain't got nothing to do with Native Americans. It says native born.
By putting them in parentheses. This is because during.
See, this is bullshit. I try to skip ahead. My bad. Let me play it, bro.
By putting them in parentheses. This is because during this period, there were other ethnic groups who were not American Indians.
There were other ethnic groups who were not American Indians. The source ain't said none of that shit. The PBS source ain't saying none of that shit. So where did you get this? All right, bro. So let's go, man. Let's go.
But who tried to blend in with these neighborhoods. It is well known that the eastern border of the U.S. has historically been populated with American Indians. And this reference explains exactly how this particular population was moved when it states the intervening differences as technological.
All right, so it says after a century tumultuous change and growth at the start of the 21st century, New York remarkably had come to resemble nothing so much as New York at the start of the 20th. The differences over the intervening decades, technological, cultural, and urbanistic, were obvious. But in one crucial aspect, its demographics, the city had returned to its roots. New York was once again a city of immigrants. So, ladies and gentlemen, they're comparing centuries. They're comparing the 20th century to the 21st century. We're in the 21st century now, so they're comparing now to back then in the 20th century. They ain't even comparing the 19th century, which is where they should have been initially, right, in this article. But due to how things have transpired over the previous century, we see a change. When you go down Harlem today, you see Europeans down there. You see a Whole Foods, and they got all kind of shit down there that was unbeknownst to them. You don't see the people who resemble and follow all the greats back in the day who were out there in the streets teaching and lecturing and doing all of those things, right? Marketing their religions and all these other stupid things that they were doing at that time. You don't see that. But he will make you believe that they're talking about a whole nother people. Then he done brought in Indians. He done made Indians immigrants. He done made Indians immigrants.
Intervening differences as technological, cultural, and urbanistic. The word intervene means to involve oneself in a situation so as to alter or hinder an action or development.
Yo, Houston, I'm going to ask you one more time, brother, in the chat. Do you want to come up here and teach these people in the chat what you're arguing with them about? I will drop the link for you specifically to come up here and teach these people. I only require that you share your screen, that you have your sourced information prepared and ready to go.
And this just means that the use of technology, along with the emergence of a new culture hidden under the guise of urban development, was all that it took to replace the indigenous population with that of a foreigner. It was the creation of the New Deal legislation and the...
Remember, y'all, we initially started on the crevice of the new Negro, right? That there was an identity shift in Harlem, right? We're still dealing with that change. However, he has gone so far left that when he comes back right, you're lost. You don't know where he got off the interstate and then where he got back on the interstate at. You're just lost. You got stuck in traffic. He sped up. And then he got off the interstate, and then he calling you and he's saying, yo, where you at? And you like, shit, I'm still on the interstate. He like, man, well, I got off the interstate. And then you got to ask him where the hell he get off the interstate at, and then his phone dead and he can't tell you. That's the type of shit that he's doing right here.
Subsequent planning and programs that came prior that led up to the use of certain immigrants as they were contracted to use the context of art to do the dirty work of the white residents who fled.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, he is telling you right now, and I'm gonna pause it real quick. Let me pull the video up on my phone because now I want you to hear this shit for yourself. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna play the audio because this stopping shit is getting on my nerves. What is this wabbo shit doing on my timeline, bro? The fuck? Oh. All right, hold on 1 second. Commercial.
Has historically been popular.
Okay, I'm gonna start back at the 10-minute mark. Well, hold on. I'm gonna start back at the 9-minute mark and let it go. Y'all should be able to hear this.
It also goes on to say it had not always been so. Despite the popular vision of New York, the great immigrant city, home of the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, and Manhattan's sprawling patchwork of ethnic neighborhoods. For much of the 20th century, New York had been an American-born city. They specifically emphasized the years between the 1920s and the 1970s by putting them in parentheses. This is because during this period, there were other ethnic groups who were not American Indians, but who tried to blend in with these neighborhoods. It is well known that the eastern border of the U.S. has historically been populated with American Indians, and this reference explains exactly how this particular population was moved when it states the intervening differences as technological, cultural, and urbanistic. The word intervene means to involve oneself in a situation so as to alter or hinder an action or development. And this just means that the use of technology, along with the emergence of a new culture hidden under the guise of urban development, was all that it took to replace the indigenous population with that of a foreigner. It was the creation of the new...
Y'all have to hear this again. Listen closely.
The 20th century. The article states that this was due to differences over the intervening decades, a change in technology, culture, and urbanistic views. This article also states that in reference to today, and one crucial aspect, its demographics, the city has returned to its roots. New York was once again a city of immigrants. It also goes on to say it had not always been so. Despite the popular vision of New York, the great immigrant city, home of the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, and Manhattan's sprawling patchwork of ethnic neighborhoods, for much of the 20th century, New York had been an American-born city. They specifically emphasized the years between the 1920s and the 1970s by putting them in parentheses. This is because during this period, there were other ethnic groups who were not American Indians, but who tried to blend in with these neighborhoods.
Let me show y'all something. Let me come off this dude video. In his video, he is specifically speaking about the 1920 to 1970s because there was a cultural shift, right, that transpired. Don't forget, he's arguing that they used art as a way to do what he's about to lead up to. But for those of you who are unfamiliar, New Netherlands, when I told you that the Dutch settled, that's what the hell I meant. Was a 17th century colonial province of the Dutch Republic located on the east coast of what is now the United States of America. The claimed territories extended from the Delmarva Peninsula to Cape Cod. Settlements were established in what became the states of New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Connecticut, with small outposts in Pennsylvania and Rhode Island. The colony was originally conceived by the Dutch West Indian Company in 1621 to capitalize on the North American fur trade. Settlement initially stalled because of policy mismanagement by the GWC and conflicts with Native Americans. So the Native Americans was already here when the Dutch pulled up. The colony experienced dramatic growth during the 1650s and became a major center for trade across the North Atlantic, The Dutch conquered New Sweden in 1655, but during the Second Anglo-Dutch War, surrendered New Netherland to the English following the capture of New Amsterdam. In 1673, the Dutch retook the colony, but relinquished it under the Treaty of Westminster that ended the Third Anglo-Dutch War. The inhabitants of New Netherlanders, were European colonists, Native Americans, and guess what else, y'all? Dun, 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 dun. Africans imported as slave laborers. 3 groups of people, not including Native Americans. The colonial population, many of whom were not of Dutch descent, was 4,301 in 1650 and 8,000 to 9,000 at the time of the transfer to England in 1674. This is what I mean by a historical timeline. So before the Dutch even get here, the Native Americans are already here. The Indians are here. So when Dane goes to say that these people were pushing the people back and replacing them and doing all this all other stuff, what is he, who, what, when, where, and how did that transpire or happen? So we got a gist and an overview here. Now we can go do this. We can do this right here. We can make it real simple. History of the Dutch tribe. While the First English War arose mainly from dynastic entanglement between Orange and Stuart, the second was economic in nature and in origin. Charles II was quite indifferent to the political position of his nephew. Only when he was at odds with the Republic for other reasons did he remember Orange as a suitable weapon in battle. The cause of this disagreement, the purpose of the war, lay in the field of trade, especially colonial trade. Therefore, before we consider the war itself, I will insert here something about the activities of the East and West Indies companies, also about some, that is to say, which are not directly related to the English war. Just in case you need some more clarity, ladies and gentlemen, you can go down here and get it. You see what I did to get to that point, to be able to show y'all that. East India Company, the settlement of Cape and Good Hope. Remember, that was also in the previous, right? Tells a story there and goes on to do other, explain that. Then it gets into the other side of it. Just keep going and going and going. But it's there. I'm going to drop this in the chat because I see some people probably need to read this that ain't never read none in their life. What's up, Brazilian? So again, I want to go back and I'm going to let Dane rock out.
In the early 1900s, it was reported that the white residents who supposedly originally inhabited the area clashed with the indigenous inhabitants in order to keep them out.
So let's see if we can find that. Let's see if we can find that. 1900s clash between natives and whites in Harlem, New York. Here we go. History of Harlem. Okay. Founded in the 17th century as a Dutch outpost, Harlem developed into a farming village, a revolutionary battlefield, a resort town, a commuter town, a center of African-American culture, a ghetto, and gentrified neighborhood. Interesting. Before the arrival of European settlers, the area that would become Harlem was inhabited by Manhattan's native tribe, who belonged with other Native Americans, most likely to the Lenape. He never mentioned them. Occupied the area of semi-nomadic bases. As many as several hundred farmed in Harlem Flatlands. The first European settlement in the area was sibling Henry Isaac, and Rachel DeForest, Franco-Dutch immigrants in 1637. In 39, Jotham Peterson Couillard established a homestead named Ziegendale, or Blessed Valley, stretched along the Harlem River from about the present 127th to 140th Street. Early European settlers were forced to flee New Amsterdam and Lower Manhattan whenever hostilities with the natives heated up. The native population gradually decreased amidst conflict with the Dutch. The settlement was named New Harlem, after the Dutch city of Harlem, and was formally incorporated in 1660 under the leadership of Peter Stuyvesant. I said his name wrong. The Indian Trail to Harlem's lush bottomland meadows was rebuilt and eventually developed into the Boston Post Road. In 1664, the English took control of the New Netherland colony, and English colonial governor Richard Nichols established the Harlem Line as the southern border patent line of the village of New Harlem. Later, the village of Harlem, running approximately northward between New Modern East 74th Street at the East River and West 129th Street on the Hudson. The British tried to change the name of the community to Lancaster, but the name never stuck. They eventually settled on the angelicized name Harlem. The Dutch took control over the area again 1 year in 1673. The village grew very, very slowly until the middle 18th century, and it became a resort or sorts for the rich of New York City. Only the Moorish Jumel Mansion survives from this period. Harlem played an important role in the American Revolution. The British had established their bases of operations in Lower Manhattan, and George Washington fortified the area about Harlem to oppose them. From Harlem, he could control the land routes to the north, as well as traffic on the river. The New York Provincial Congress met in the White Plains and did a convention drafting the Constitution of New York State. On the 16th of September in 1776, a battle of Harlem Heights, sometimes referred to as the Battle of Harlem or the Battle of Harlem Plain, was fought in Western Harlem around the Callaway, which is 125th Street, with conflicts of Morningside Heights to the south of Harlem Heights to the north. The American troops were outnumbered 5,000 to 2,000 and were ill-equipped compared to their opponents, but outflanked the British and forced them to retreat to the area around what is now 106th Street. It was Washington's first American victory. Later that year, the British would avenge this defeat by chasing Washington and his troops north, then turning back and burning Harlem to the ground. Rebuilding took decades, and infrastructure was improved much more slowly than was happening in New York City proper. The village remained largely rural through the early 19th, and though the grid system of streets designed downtown was formally extended to Harlem in 1811, it does not seem that anybody expected it would mean much. The 1811 report that accompanied the Commissioner's Plan of 1811 noted that it is improbable that for centuries to come, the grounds north of the Harlem Flat will become covered with houses. Though underdeveloped, the area was not poor. Harlem was a synonym for elegant living through a good part of the 19th century. The village remained largely farmland estates, such as Conrad Van Coulson Hook, outer spore bordered north of the Mill Creek, now 108th Street, Montague Creek or 109th Street, which flowed into Harlem Lake to the farm of Morris Randall, northwest of Harlem River, and westward to the Peter Benson or Mill Farm. This former boundary of land was subdivided into 22 equal plots of about 6 to 8 acres, each of which portion later owned by Abraham Storm included 31 acres east of 5th Avenue between 110th and 125th Street, were sold by Storm's widow, Catherine, in 1795 to James Roosevelt, grandfather of the president, Franklin D. Roosevelt. This branch of Roosevelt family subsequently moved to the town of Hyde Park, but several of Roosevelt's children remained interred in Harlem. As late as 1820, the community had dwindled to 91 families, a church, a school, and a library. Wealthy farmers known as patroons maintained these country estates largely on the heights of overlooking the Hudson River, service connecting to the outlays of Harlem with the rest of the city of New York. On the southern tip of the island of Manhattan was done via steamboat on the East River, and an hour and a half passage sometimes interrupted when the river froze in winter, or else by stagecoach along the Boston Post Road, which descends from McGowan's Pass, now Central Park, and skirted the salt marshes around 110th Street to pass through Harlem. I'm going to get us all the way up into where this motherfucker got us going crazy at. The New York and Harlem Railroad was incorporated in 1831 to better link the city of Harlem and Westchester County, starting at a depot at East 23rd Street and extending 127 miles north to the railroad junction in Columbia County at Chatham, New York by 1851. Charles Henry Hall, a wealthy lawyer and land speculator, recognized and changed that the railroad made it possible for Harlem and began a successful program of infrastructure development, building out streets, gas lines, sewer lines, and other facilities needed for urban life. Piers were built, enabling Harlem to become an industrial suburb serving New York City. The rapid development of infrastructure enabled some to become wealthy, and the area became important to politicians, many of whom lived in Harlem. New York mayors Cornelius Van Wyck Lawrence and Daniel Tiedemann both lived in Harlem in this period. For many of the New York cities, Harlem was at the time regarded as a sort of country retreat. The village had a population of poor residents as well, including blacks. Ladies and gentlemen, for the record, in the 1800s, the mid 1800s, there were poor residents in the village areas that it also included blacks. So we already know that there were white people in the residence because they said that there were 91 families that were living in Harlem around 1820. By the mid 1800s, right, we finally hear them say that there was poor people living in Harlem plus blacks who came north to work in factories or to take advantage of relatively low rents. Between 1850 and 70, many large estates, including Hamilton George, the estate of Alexander Hamilton, were auctioned off as fertile soil and depleted crop yields fell. Some of the land became occupied by Irish squatters whose presence further depressed property values. Real quick, if we go back to the video, when he begins to start his whole entire argument, he talks about how they were bringing motherfuckers from the Caribbeans. He said that earlier on. We ain't read none of that, and we're up into 1866, 1920. Okay? Now we're at 1866. I still need to catch y'all up to 1866. But this is when they're urbanizing Harlem, right? You got all these different things transpiring, little money being spent, investments are being made. They're elevating their game in Harlem. It is becoming what it is. But if we listen to this dude, watch what he say.
The area of Harlem in the early 1900s. It was reported that the white residents who supposedly originally inhabited the area clashed with the indigenous inhabitants in order to keep them out. And when that failed, they fled in pursuit of a new deal.
Pause. According to what we just read, the only clashing that we heard about as it pertains to Harlem at this juncture in the 1800s was when the British and Washington them got into their fight. That was the only smoke. The Battle of Harlem, that happened around 1776. So between 1776 and then coming into the Civil War, before the Civil War, we ain't got no smoke. So now we got to pause because we just heard him say some stupid shit. Because we need to figure out who these whites clash with. So during the American Civil War, Harlem saw drift riots along with the rest of the city. But the neighborhood was significant beneficiaries of the economic boom followed by the end of the war starting in 1868. The neighborhood continued to serve as a refuge for New Yorkers, but increasingly those coming north were poor and Jewish or Italian. Factories, homes, churches, and retail buildings were built at great speed. The Panic of 1873 caused Harlem property values to drop 80% and gave the city of New York the opportunity to annex the troubled community as far north as 155th Street. Recovery came soon. Row houses were being constructed in large numbers by 1876. Development accelerated in a part of anticipation of elevated railroads, which were extended to Harlem in 1880. With the construction of the L's, urbanized development occurred very rapidly. Developers anticipated the planned Lexington Avenue subway would ease transportation to Lower Manhattan. Where you at, Rob Warren? Fearing that new housing regulations would be enacted in 1901, they rushed to complete as many new buildings as possible before they came into force. Early entrepreneurs had grandiose schemes of Harlem. Polo was played at the original Polo Grounds, later to become the home of the New York Giants baseball team. Oscar Hammerstein, the first, opened the Harlem Opera on East 125th Street in 1889. By 1893, even row houses did not suffice to meet the growing population, and large-scale apartment buildings were the norm. In that year, Harlem Monthly Magazine wrote that it is evident that the most superficial observer in the center of fashion, wealth, culture, and intelligence must in the near future be found in the ancient and honorable village of Harlem. However, also in that year, construction glut and a delay in the building of the subway and the fall of real estate attract immigrants, East Europe Jews and Italians to Harlem in accelerating numbers. There had been a Jewish community of 12 in Harlem in 1869 that grew to a peak of 200,000 in 1915, presaging their resistance to the arrival of blacks. Presaging their resistance to the arrival of blacks, existing landowners tried to stop Jews from moving into the neighborhood. At least one rental sign declared, King Judin under King Hundu, no Jews, no dogs. Italians began to arrive in Harlem only a few years after the Jews did. By 1900, there were 150,000 Italians in Harlem. Both groups moved particularly into East Harlem. The Jewish population of Harlem embraced the City College of New York, which moved to Harlem in 1907. In the years after the move, 90% of the school's students were Jewish, and many of the school's most distinguished graduates date from this period. Both the Jewish mob and Italian mafia emerged in East Harlem and soon expanded their operations to the entire neighborhood. West 116th Street between Lenox and 8th Avenue became a vice district. The neighborhood also became a major center for most conventional entertainment, with 125th Street as a particular center for music, theater, vaudeville, and moving pictures. The Jewish presence in Harlem was ephemeral, and in 1930, about only 5,000 Jews remained, as they left their apartments in East Harlem, were increasingly filled by Puerto Ricans who were arriving in large numbers by 1913. Italian Harlem lasted longer, and traces of the community lasted into the 1980s and to the present in the area around Pleasant Avenue. The black population increase. Black residents have been present in Harlem continually since the 1630s. Let me zoom in. What we talking about? Black people been in Harlem since 1630s. And as the neighborhood modernized in the 19th century, they could be found especially in the area around 125th Street and in the Negro tenements on West 130th Street. By 1900, tens of thousands of lived in Harlem. The mass migration of African Americans into the area began in 1904. Due to another real estate crash, the worsening of the conditions of Black people elsewhere in the city, and the leadership of Black real estate entrepreneurs, including Philip Payton Jr., after the collapse of the 1890s, new speculation and construction started up again in 1903, and resulting glut of housing led to a crash in the values in 1904 and 5 that eclipsed the late 19th century slowdown. Landlords could not find white renters for their properties, so Philip Payton stepped in to bring Black people. His company, Afro-American Realty Company. This is a historical moment. If Trustorian was here, he would be telling y'all some shit with some music behind it, saying to look up Philip Payton and to also look up the Afro-American Realty Company. Has been credited with the migration of Black people from previous neighborhoods, the Tenderloin, San Juan Hill, now the site of Lincoln Center, Little Africa around Manette Lane and Greenwich Village, and Hell's Kitchen in the West 40s and 50s. Pause. Little fucking Africa in New York. It was an African-American neighborhood in Greenwich Village. Yeah, y'all done heard Little Africa before, but we talking about it again, god dang it. So the move to Northern Manhattan was driven in part of fears that anti-Black riots, such as those that had occurred in the Tenderloin in 1900 and San Juan Hill in 1905, might recur. In addition, a number of tenements that had been occupied by Black people in the West 30s were destroyed at this time to make way for construction of the original Penn Station. In 1907, Black churches began to move uptown. Several congregations built brand new church buildings, including St. Philip's on West 134th Street, just west of 7th Avenue. It was the wealthiest church in Harlem. Abyssinian Baptist Church on West 138th Street and Mark's Methodist Church on Edgecombe Avenue. More often, churches purchased buildings from white congregations and Christians and Jews whose members had left the neighborhood, including Metropolitan Baptist Church on West 128th and 7th Avenue, St. James Presbyterian Church on West 141st Street, and Mount Olive Baptist Church on Lenox Avenue. Only the Catholic Church retained its churches in Harlem, with white priests presiding over parishes that retained significant numbers of white Catholics until 1930s. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The 20th century, the Great Migration of Black people to northern industrial cities was fueled by their desire to leave behind the Jim Crow South, seek better jobs and education for the children, and escape a culture of lynching violence during World War I, expanding in industries. Industries recruited Black laborers to fill the new jobs, thinly staffed after the draft began to take young men. So many Black people came that it threatened the very existence of some of the leading industries of Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, and Alabama. Pause. Many settlements in Harlem in 1910, Central Harlem was about 10% Black. By 1920, Central Harlem was 32.43% Black. In 1930, the census shows 70.18% of Central Harlem's residents as Black and lived as far south as Central Park at 110th Street. The expansion was fueled primarily by an influx of Black people from the southern U.S. states, especially Virginia, North and South Carolina and Georgia, who took trains up to the East Coast. Pause. Earlier in Dan Callaway's video, he makes the assertion that some kind of way it was people from the Caribbeans that was brought up there. Y'all heard him earlier in the video. Do not act stupid or try to make it seem like y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Everybody heard Dane make the claim that he made. Now, I'm going to go back to the video because now we're caught up to this influx of black people coming from the South via trains, not black people being brought on goddamn boats. And we already had black people up there since the 1630s. And they were brought over here as slaves. Hell no, I ain't saying shit Indian yet. Motherfucker crazy.
Of a New Deal. So the question is, who were they making the New Deal with? And also, who is the new Negro they are referring to? British West Indian migration rose immensely in the early 20th century, and coincidentally, one of those destinations of choice was the newly desegregated neighborhood of Harlem. During the migration period in New York, the majority of Manhattan's inhabitants were indigenous Americans. However,
no, it wasn't. We just read right here at the beginning of the time, right here, earlier on, right? Before all this he talking about, the early 1900s, it tells us, before this black boom, it tells us right here that these motherfuckers was Europeans. So now, are you calling these European people? Are you calling these people indigenous? You calling these white people indigenous, bro? That is what you're doing. You ain't even got Indians in the territory right now. Are you calling these people in the early 1900s indigenous? Did you just say that, bro? This is why we walk you down slow.
And also, who is the new Negro they are referring to? British West Indian migration rose immensely in the early 20th century, and coincidentally, one of those destinations of choice was the newly desegregated neighborhood of Harlem. During the migration period in New York, the majority of Manhattan's inhabitants were indigenous Americans.
That is not what this says. That is not what this says. And we just read it. We just literally read all of this article, walking all the way up on purpose. The British and the Dutch was battling, bro. I mean, and the American Revolution per se. George Washington and his troops was fighting the British. Before that, the Dutch and the British was banging on each other in the 17s. So we know when all the beef was going on, the Europeans is up there shooting at each other. But it's black people up there too that they brought over here off boats. So I don't know how you calling some people indigenous. They ain't even made no goddamn mention of the Native Americans because they beefing with each other. Who burnt down Harlem, bro? The British. When they won the scuffle, they went back in there, burned Harlem down. So Harlem had to be rebuilt. And it took a long time. So when Harlem had to be rebuilt, remember it was farmland. So they went back in and laid down a whole new infrastructure. I know that I just read this to everybody and y'all remember me saying this shit. They literally went back through and built this shit from scratch because the British burnt the shit down. Okay, let me go back. Who doubt what I just said? Originally, the area begins when the European settlers arrived. The Lenape was in the area. That was 1600s, Hundans. So we know the first Europeans that arrived and they're immigrants in 1637. Early European settlers forced to flee to New Amsterdam and Lower Manhattan because of hostilities with those natives were heating up. This was earlier in the 16s. By 1660, we got Peter showing up and he doing his thing. 1664, the English took control. Then you got the British. The British is in the area. They trying to change the name. The Dutch comes back. They take control. Then you got the whole American Revolution. So you got the British against the Americans. They handling their business. Now you got the Battle of Harlem in 1776. This is where it got burnt down. Later that year, the British would avenge this defeat by chasing Washington and his troops north, then turning back and burning Harlem to the ground. Zoom in for the slow folk. The Battle of Harlem Heights, ladies and gentlemen, is significant because this is when the British burnt the shit to the ground. Rebuilding took decades, and infrastructure was improved much more slowly than was happening in New York City proper. The village remained largely rural up until the 19th century. That's when they got the grid system. Streets, design downtown was extended, all of that stuff transpiring. We ain't gotta make it up. So Dane, when you say the dumb shit that you saying, bro, you ain't even on par with the history of Harlem.
In financial ruin or prioritizing their profits over their racial prejudices. This allowed for multiple middle-class colored families within Manhattan, stemming from the red-lined neighborhood known as Negro Bohemia, to suddenly populate the area of Harlem in the early 1900s. It was reported that the white residents who supposedly originally inhabited the area clashed with the indigenous inhabitants in order to keep them out.
Now, listen to that, y'all. Listen to that. He's saying that these people clash, these white people clash with the original inhabitants. That shit was in the 1600s. That ain't the goddamn timeline, dang. Go back.
Manhattan was originally a small area reserved for upper-class whites in the 1880s. However, it was later overdeveloped with the hope that a greater number of white people would move in and occupy the vacant buildings. Unfortunately, this did not happen, and the investors had to decide between facing financial ruin or prioritizing their profits over their racial prejudices. This allowed for multiple middle-class colored families within Manhattan, stemming from the red-lined neighborhood.
This shit didn't say nothing about no motherfucking colored people in Manhattan at all. There was no mention of colored people in Manhattan. You know why? Because it's white people in Manhattan. The British established their base of operations in Lower Manhattan. That was in the 1670s. In the 1776, the Battle for Harlem, which I just read to you motherfuckers, it's the British and the goddamn American troops fighting each other. The American troops was outnumbered, so they had to do something in order to get their first victory. They got their first victory, right? And then later the British came back, banged on them, and burnt Harlem down. What I'm trying to tell y'all is his timeline is so fucked up that it is misrepresenting the true history of Harlem. So when he makes his outlandish claim, as I will play that bullshit back, you're going to understand that it don't make no sense. And I can't even get into the rest of the bill because I'm stuck over here trying to replay this dumbass motherfucker and catch y'all up to where he is in his timeline, and he's way off. So historically speaking, he's off. The timeline is off. Everything he mentions is off, and he false flagging and claiming some shit that ain't even legit. Now I'm gonna let this motherfucker rock out.
Families within Manhattan, stemming from the red-lined neighborhood known as Negro Bohemia, to suddenly populate the area of Harlem in the early 1900s.
Now let me pause real quick. Let me open up a whole nother tab. I'm finna tell y'all why. Because I'm looking for Negro Bohema. I'm looking for Negro Bohema. I'm gonna find it in the New Yorker. When I find it, when I get it pulled up in the New Yorker, I'm gonna share my screen. Cause anything related to the history of New York or people in the area, like our people per se, the New Yorker's gonna have it. They call it Harlem 1, the story of a refuge. This is the first part of a 4-part article. Read the second part, the journey uptown. And on the now, I don't want to go too far into this, but I'm going to give this to y'all for a reason. And God damn it, I'm gonna have to sign in. I thought I got it. Hold up. Why? But I'm gonna give y'all the article, and I'm gonna try to sign in. Y'all can't see it. Shit, I gotta unshare. Here go the source. Hit the link, Abos, if you disagree with Sean. Here we go. He's a master willer. He's not a reason. All right, so look, let me play this dude all the way through. And then I'm gonna get to it. But so far as we know it, right? We know that his historical timeline is off. We know that for a fact. So I established that, and then we read through the history to substantiate that. So now we have a timeline. And you can see over here to the left, we have a timeline.
Bohema to suddenly populate the area of Harlem in the early 1900s. It was reported that the white residents who supposedly originally inhabited the area clashed with the indigenous inhabitants in order to keep them out.
We know damn well in the 1900s, the white people did not clash with no indigenous inhabitants, period, point blank. The Battle of Harlem transpired in 1776 is what we got on the screen right now. So we know exactly he's wrong. So that 1900 shit that he's kicking, we ain't got no other battle going on. We had the American Civil War. We know that was 1865, 1866, a whole nother thing going on. We ain't got no battle going on right now. The only people that we really got in Harlem is a small amount of black people, Jews, and Italians, and other Europeans who are beginning to flee the scene because they don't even really want the Jews in there.
Supposedly originally inhabited the area, clashed with the indigenous inhabitants in order to keep them out.
Cap.
And when that failed, they fled in pursuit of a new deal. So the question is, who were they making the new deal with? And also, who is the new Negro they are referring to? British West Indian migration rose immensely in the early 20th century, and coincidentally, one of those destinations of choice was the newly desegregated neighborhood of Harlem.
Now, you see how he said what he just said, and we sit here and just read this article, and it told us, right, in the 19th century, where these black people coming from. I got it on the screen. They ain't coming from no British West Indies. These motherfuckers is coming from the South. This don't say that people was coming to the West, coming from the West Indies on boats, getting off at the ports, docking, and then they coming in. No, the people that begin to go north, to get to this place, come from the South. That's why you always got a motherfucker like Cujo hollering out "Big Up Virginia" every time he come through and telling everybody, "Oh man, your people can't come from Virginia," and shit like that, because he knows. StreamYard, bro. I ain't even capping. All right, I'm gonna say that one more time. We know where the black people come from. They're not coming from no British West Indies. They're coming from the South. Yeah, Tahark, I appreciate you catching me at He Knows. So basically that was all I was saying. We know that they're coming from the South. I didn't say he. If I said he, I meant we know. We know that the people that are migrating into Harlem are coming from the South. But some kind of way he confuses everything and then it goes on from there. That ain't even it. We know the black people that's migrating, and then we already know that there were black people already there. There have been black people in this area in New York, New Amsterdam, New whatever you want to call this shit. There were black people already there in 1630s. We established that. So now I'm gonna let him just rock out. I'm gonna try not to interrupt, but I got this feeling that I'm gonna interrupt because he's just gonna say some stupid shit.
During the migration period in New York, the majority of Manhattan's inhabitants were in.
Oh, yeah. You're right. So basically what I was saying about Cujo is the reason why Cujo can say big of Virginia is because a lot of the people that came into the United States, a lot of our ancestors, they come through Virginia. They come through Virginia, bro. It's like a hub. Virginia is like the hub of all of this stuff, right? So it's one of the major ports. It's not the only port, but I'm saying a lot of that. But it's crazy. But here we go. Let's let this dumbass motherfucker just keep going, and then because I'm trying to get into the rest of the bill, man. I got some nice stuff that's gonna bring y'all back up to par.
Inhabitants were indigenous Americans. However, this changed with the influx of immigrants, resulting in a submerging of cultures. An article for the PBS section on the American experience describes how today's New York has become nothing like how it began in the beginning of the 20th century. The article states that this was due to differences over the intervening decades.
Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can still hear. Let me know if y'all can still hear. Hold on. All right, cool. Bet. Because my computer just did something, so I wanted to make sure that y'all can still hear. All right, let's finish listening to this dumbass nigga. Hold on, the commercial came on.
A change in technology, culture, and urbanistic views. This article also states that in reference to today, and one crucial aspect, its demographics, the city has returned to its roots. New York was once again a city of immigrants. It also goes on to say, it had not always been so. Despite the popular vision of New York, the great immigrant city, home of the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, and Manhattan's sprawling patchwork of ethnic neighborhoods, for much of the 20th century, New York had been an American-born city. They specifically emphasized the years between the 1920s and the 1970s by putting them in parentheses. This is because during this period, there were other ethnic groups who were not American Indians, but who tried to blend in with these neighborhoods. It is well known that the eastern border of the U.S. has historically been populated with American Indians, and this reference explains exactly how this particular population was moved when it states the intervening differences as technological, cultural, and urbanistic. The word intervene means to involve oneself in a situation so as to alter or hinder an action or development. And this just means that the use of technology, along with the emergence of a new culture hidden under the guise of urban development, was all that it took to replace the indigenous population with that of a foreigner. It was the creation of the New Deal legislation and the subsequent planning and programs that came prior that led up to the use of certain immigrants as they were contracted to use the context of art to do the dirty work of the white residents who fled. So, who was the New Deal for? In 1924, legislation prompted immigration reform and closed the quote, Golden Door that originally allowed a flood of newcomers to migrate from the West Indies and other locations. These persons were now required to obtain a work visa to gain access to the U.S. and U.S. citizenship. You can recall that also in 1924, Walter Plecker became the first register in Virginia.
Oh boy. Here we go. What the fuck does Walter Plecker have to do with the Harlem Renaissance? The video is about the Harlem Renaissance. Bro, you titled it The Harlem Renaissance, Replacing Their Identities. Whose identity is being replaced? What the fuck does Walter Plecker have to do with this? You already made mistakes talking about people had to come from the West Indies, but there's already black people in the area. The white people are gone. A large portion of the white people are gone because the population is now 70.18% black. Around that 1910, 1920 area, it becomes 70% black. But go ahead, tell me about Walter Plecker. What the fuck he got to do with this shit?
In 1924, Walter Plecker became the first register in Virginia to document American Indians as colored at birth instead of recognizing them as indigenous.
What? What? Walter Plecker became the first register to document this. I don't even care nothing about what Walter Plecker was insinuating. Walter Plecker was a separatist. Walter Plecker wanted white people to be superior, native and black people to be below them. They didn't even care in what order. None of that got anything to do with the Harlem Renaissance.
American Indians as colored at birth instead of recognizing them as indigenous. This was a deliberate attempt to eventually label this group of people as Negro. According to the Willie Lynch letter, it talks about the process.
Oh my fucking, no, we ain't dealing with the Willie Lynch. Bro, it is 2024. We know that the Willie Lynch letter was a forged document, bro. Come, Willie Lynch letter, bro. All right.
Of slave making and how it relates to a Negro by referencing the name Frederick Douglass as a code name to describe the evolution of taking an individual from a man to a slave. It states that there is a scientific process, and through this process, a rationale of result.
That's pseudo. So that's how we know that the letter was fake, because there's no scientific process that can take you from this to that. That is pseudoscience. That is pseudoscience. What he just tried to explain It's a pseudoscience. You can't do that. There's no scientific, no, bro, that's not how science does things. No. I'm gonna let you finish, bro. You done took us to Walter Plecker, to Willie Lynch, and now we still ain't even got to your claim, bro. Because you finna hit us with the whoop whoop. You setting us up right now. You use Walter Plecker first. Walter Plecker some kind of way is gonna take the Indian and make the Indian Negro. And now you got the Willie Lynch letter. You saying there was a scientific process for that shit to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, he is about to bestow his largest claim on us this entire video.
There is a scientific process, and through this process, a rationale of results and ideas can originate that can then be used to develop a social being called the Negro, also known as a mule. To ensure this master-slave relationship that they desired to exist across America, everyone who was not considered to be white must be made into a mule, which is...
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, he just went to 1924 to pull up Plecker. Then he used a Willie Lynch letter. Now he's in reverse because if we're in the 1920s in Harlem, and black people are fleeing the South and coming to Harlem because of Jim Crow South, that lets you know slavery is no more. As bad as these motherfuckers want to enslave us and do all of this other bullshit that was going on in Jim Crow South, that ain't got a goddamn thing to do with New York. That's why black people were fleeing the South. Because the shit wasn't going down like that. Historical timeline of inaccuracies is the biggest sphere in his whole argument. He ain't got a timeline and he's all over the place in his argument and he is fucking us up with this fake illustration.
Anyone who was not considered to be white must be made into a mule, which is the mixed offspring of a male donkey and a female horse. Or, in other words, a foreigner mixed with someone indigenous can provide the same results of creating a Negro through the process of man breaking. On a genetic level, it is meant to tear into two or multiple pieces. So when I mentioned the definition of Renaissance in the last video with its relation to Walter Plecker, understand that this is what was done. Exactly. Through tearing down and ripping to pieces the identities of American Indians through name change, culture change, technology change, and urban renewal, you break the man that existed previously and create something new. These promises were made to incoming foreigners if they were willing to use their creativity in the form of art, such as music, literature, dance, fashion, theater, and even politics, to rewrite a different story. They will have the opportunity to gain citizenship.
All right, so you heard his claim. That this is his biggest claim. His biggest claim is that they use Plecker's position infused with the Willie Lynch letter to negate Indians into Negro, where they can be broken down into this thing called a mule, and then the breakdown of the word Renaissance to tear down and then rebuild or renew. Then this law would allow these immigrants to come into the area and settle, and it'll all be new. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I have on the screen is in 1910, Harlem was 10% black. I read this to you earlier. 1920, 32.43% was black. 1930, 70.18% was black. This is 6 years after the Plecker bullshit. For Virginia, it only had ramifications for Virginia. Okay. The expansion was fueled primarily by an influx of black people from the southern states, U.S., especially Virginia, North and South Carolina, and Georgia, who took trains up to the East Coast. There were also numerous immigrants from the West Indies. As black people moved in, white residents left. Between 1920 and 1930, 118,792 white people left the neighborhood and 87,417 black people arrived. Between 1907 and 1915, some white residents of Harlem resisted the neighborhood's change, especially once the swelling black population pressed west of Lenox Avenue, which served as an informal color line until the early 1920s. Some made pacts not to sell or to rent to black people or black residents. Others tried to buy the property and evict black tenants. Let me make sure y'all can still hear me. Yep, we good. Some even attempted to convince banks to deny mortgages to black buyers, but soon gave up those efforts. Soon after black people began to move into Harlem, the community became known as the spiritual home of the Negro protest movement. The NAACP became active in Harlem in 1910. Garvey, 1916. The NAACP chapter there soon grew into the largest in the country. Activist A. Philip Randolph lived in Harlem and published radical magazine The Messenger, started in 1917. It was Harlem that he organized the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. W.E.B. Du Bois lived and published in Harlem in the 20s, and did James Weldon Johnson and Marcus Garvey. Let me pause real quick. Let's go back. Let's hear this bullshit.
The goal was to cover up the true story of our past and present a new narrative. This was the New Deal. And we can see for ourselves that after the term Negro was implemented, that term itself is no longer allowed to exist, along with the term before that and the term before that. That was the result of the Harlem Renaissance and the new Negro movement. It was this.
All right, so there you have it. His claim, right, is that Plecker and the Willie Lynch letter were key pieces of documentation to help transform Indian into Negro, and a document or legislation for the people that did come in from the West Indies, never minding the black people from the South, to come and work and do their thing. They would have to use art as an opportunity to rewrite history. So he is saying the Harlem Renaissance is a cultural identity change. This is where we begin to lose our quote unquote indigenous ideology and now adapt or adopt this new African aged identity. You don't believe me, you're going to hear him say it again.
According to the Willie Lynch letter, that talks about and programs that came prior that led up to the use of certain immigrants as they were contracted to use the context of art to do the dirty work of the white residents who fled. So who was the New Deal for? In 1924, legislation prompted immigration reform and closed the, quote, golden door that originally allowed a flood of newcomers to migrate from the West Indies and other locations. These persons were now required to obtain a work visa to gain access to the U.S. and U.S. citizenship. You can recall that also in 1924, Walter Plecker became the first register in Virginia to document American Indians as colored at birth instead of recognizing them as indigenous. This was a deliberate attempt to eventually label this group of people as Negro. According to the Willie Lynch.
No, you heard him. You heard him. It was Walter Plecker who paved the way for people in Harlem to label the Indian as Negro. They use art as a tool to rewrite history. So instead of us being the Harlem Renaissance being about the indigenous black people in the area from his argument, we began to take on the identity of African. I can't believe that he thinks that we would use an artistic expression to change our own fucking identity. Hear him again. All the way through, no stops.
A flood of newcomers to migrate from the West Indies and other locations. These persons were now required to obtain a work visa to gain access to the U.S. and U.S. citizenship. You can recall that also in 1924, Walter Plecker became the first register in Virginia to document American Indians as colored at birth instead of recognizing them as indigenous. This was a deliberate attempt to eventually label this group of people as Negro. According to the Willie Lynch letter, it talks about the process of slave making and how it relates to a Negro by referencing the name Frederick Douglass as a code name to describe the evolution of taking an individual from a man to a slave. It states that there is a scientific process, and through this process, a rationale of results and ideas can originate that can then be used to develop a social being called the Negro, also known as a mule. To ensure this master-slave relationship that they desired to exist across America, everyone who was not considered to be white must be made into a mule, which is the mixed offspring of a male donkey and a female horse. Or, in other words, a foreigner mixed with someone indigenous can provide the same results of creating a Negro through the process of man breaking.
Remember, he said this was a scientific process. That scientific process starts with Plecker, ends and is pushed forward with the Willie Lynch letter, and then he tries to tie all of that shit in and makes it seem like we used art to re-identify ourselves. Oh, trust me, facts, nigga, facts. The Negro was digging up his past during this time. Exactly. So why in the hell he ain't even up on that? We gonna get to it. Trust me, I got a treat. For everybody. I'm gonna let them get through because it's only 2 minutes left.
Grow through the process of man breaking. On a genetic level, it is meant to tear into 2 or multiple pieces. So when I mentioned the definition of ring and essence in the last video with its relation to Walter Plecker, understand that this is what was done. Exactly. Through tearing down and ripping to pieces the identities of American Indians through name change, culture change, technology change, and urban renewal, you break the man that existed previously and create something new. These promises were made to incoming foreigners if they were willing to use their creativity in the form of art, such as music, literature, dance, fashion, theater, and even politics, to rewrite a different story. They will have the opportunity to gain citizenship. The goal was to cover up the true story of our past and present a new narrative. This was the New Deal. And we can see for ourselves that after the term Negro was implemented, that term itself is no longer allowed to exist, along with the term before that, and the term before that. That was the result of the Harlem Renaissance and the new Negro movement. It was the skill of taking something and ripping it into many pieces that allowed for an entire population of indigenous people to be killed off mentally, re-educated, and reclassified so that they can be brought back to life for someone else's use.
Y'all heard that bullshit? He said the whole Harlem Renaissance was a period and an era of where the identity of who we really are was killed off, and then we were brought back and taught anew. So now the Harlem Renaissance era isn't the era of us digging up our past and fighting and doing all of these things against Eurocentric ideology, Western Eurocentric ideology that had been published in books. So the Harlem Renaissance wasn't an era where we established who we were, where we came from, and our plight. So the Harlem Renaissance was none of those things that said, ladies and gentlemen, we come from here. We did this, all of these facts that came up out of the Harlem Renaissance. He said none of that was that. He just revised the entire history under the premise and the basis of Walter Plecker and a Willie Lynch letter through art. So before we get started, I want to give y'all a little piece of sanity. And I want to do this. It ain't going to be too much of it. It's just going to be a little sample. It's going to be a little sample, y'all. And this is important.
History is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. It is also a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. History tells of people where they have been and what they have been, where they are and what they are. Most important, history tells a people where they still must go and what they still must be. The relationship of history to the people is the same as the relationship of a mother to her child.
Today will not let me be great. The power went out again. We're in the middle of a storm. All right, hold on. I'm back. Post with a link. All right, hold up. He said hallelujah. All right, so hold on. We stopped with John Henry Clark. And this is the Great Mighty Walk. But I did want to stop right there. I don't know when it cut off, so I'm gonna start over again. And I'm gonna walk us right into where we're going next.
History is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. It is also a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. History tells of people where they have been and what they have been, where they are and what they are. Most important, history tells a people where they still must go and what they still must be. The relationship of history to the people is the same as the relationship of a mother to her child.
All right, so we all should know about the Great Mighty Walk with Wesley Snipes narrating it. So yeah, I wanted to kill the day. I couldn't get on the StreamYard from my phone. My phone was tripping too, because I was on the regular internet. Matter of fact, let me turn this off. Turn my hotspot off. And let me get off the regular internet. Let's use my cell phone internet. All right, so let's get into this, man. Real quick.
You're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today. Yeah. That you want me. Smith. Tired of struggling, a nigga need to come up. That's why I'm on the grind as soon as I see the sun up. Friends on the decline out here, they be transforming, hopped in this prime out here, yeah. They don't want to see you get it in order. It be running through their veins like a blood disorder. Love my aura, shine through the pain and torture. Grandma screaming. Don't forget the things I told you. You can't handle the truth.
Well, first of all, I just want to put out there that the conscious community started well over a century and a half ago. And what I mean by that, it was a concerted effort by African or African-American Black males in particular, although there were many women involved, I don't want to leave them out, who had a pursuit for knowledge and pursuit for information. So one formal way that this started was in 1834. There was a library for the people of color that started in Philadelphia. And what that entailed was Black folks gathering books and literature to educate themselves. In 1843, you have the Library of People of Color that starts in New York City, and the same effect that was taking place. These people gathered and they formed what is called lyceums, Lyceum. And these lyceums would be, if people have seen the Great Debaters, they would be the predecessors to your debate clubs. And what they would do is they would have really intense debates with one another on various topics. And they just wouldn't be limited to history. They would encompass science, because one of the people who was involved in it was a person named Dr. James McCune Smith. And Dr. James McCune Smith is recognized as the second, Richard Green is the first or second doctor that we have in America, Black doctor. And so when he came back, because the community paid for him to go to get educated in Europe, because no medical school in America would accept him, he comes back home and he's a part of this. So he would come with bringing scientific topics into the fold. And so debate teams started from that, and intellectual jousts, what have you, started like this. And this is these are the roots of consciousness. So one person that was involved during this time was a person named Alexander Crummell. And Alexander Crummell is the link between the early 1800s into the 20th century. He dies in, I believe, 1898. So 19th century. Okay. So we have lyceums, we have libraries that take place. Now, you have in Harlem, and just Harlem in particular, I don't want to limit this to everything took place in Harlem and nothing was happening anywhere else. You have pockets of intellectuals that are gathering to have these debates and have these conversations and have these topics. So they take place in Washington, D.C. as well, in Philadelphia, in New York, and in places in Ohio, Amadi, around Wilberforce University. So you have various people involved in these things, and literature is begin to be written. And so they start by writing histories on the African experience. So these are the early foundations. I want to speed up a little bit, if you don't mind, to around 1920. And around 1920 or so, things start to form in a particular location. And that location is 135th Street in Harlem, between 7th and Lenox Avenue. Now, what is taking place there is a person who is on the corner giving lectures and trying to awaken the people. His name is Hubert Harrison. So Hubert Harrison is the first person it was called Speaker's Corner at the time. And the name was borrowed from the Speaker's Corner that is in England. That goes way back to the early 19th century. So the name was taken from and they still have it today, obviously. You know, some of the people who may be listening go to Speaker's Corner in England. So anyway, Hubert Harrison is there, and he's having these intellectual discourses with people, trying to awaken the minds of people. And one of the people who comes and is influenced by him is Marcus Garvey. So Marcus Garvey was a student of Hubert Harrison, right? So a little bit later, I'm going to get down to specifically the word consciousness. There was a person named Richard B. Moore, Moore, and he was also an intellectual. He writes a paper called Africa Conscious Harlem. Now, the paper is called Africa Conscious Harlem. And he talks about what is birthing these things. Consciousness started as a consciousness of Africa. This was the premise of it, to have an awareness and awakening of your roots in the Americas, but in particular, going back to the awareness of your relationship to Africa. These are the foundations and the birth of the conscious movement. And in this paper, he goes on to detail people who have done writings, person T. McCants Stewart, is one of them. There were other people who write these historical works. Involved in this as well is a person named Willis Huggins. Willis Huggins is important because he is the first Black PhD graduate from Fordham University. He also becomes a teacher in the school system. Willis Huggins becomes an inspiration later to a person named John Henry Clark. But at this time, John Henry Clark is not around. He's probably a young lad or still, in the church teaching Sunday school down south, right? So Alexander Crummell in 1898 formed something called the American Negro Academy. The American Negro Academy was an organization to gather all those intellectuals from New York, DC, Ohio, Philadelphia. And they gather so they can begin to write papers on the topics that they are discussing. Okay? So this movement is taking place amongst the American Negro Academy. And this is mostly amongst the Black college graduates that we have that are, going to the universities at this time, and the people who of a more learned ilk, if you will, right? So out of that, there's another person who comes from DC and comes up to New York and begins something. His name is very critical, and I hope people go and do some research on him. His name is John Edward Bruce. John Edward Bruce, also known as Bruce Gray, he had a newspaper called, I believe the name was the Washington Bee, as well as he is an activist. And John Edward Bruce is the kind of person that we would associate with consciousness right now. He was really strong, and he was really confident and persistent in his opinion, and he mandated that people awaken to the consciousness of Africa in order to become aware of their position and their place and what their obligations were in the Americas. So John Edward Bruce gets with a young man who comes up from the Caribbean named Arturo Schomburg. Okay? Arturo Schomburg and John Edward Bruce formed something a little bit different from the American Negro Academy, and it is called the Negro Society for Historical Research. And they are a group of amateur historians, meaning in a sense, we use the term autodidact now. They didn't have the letters meaning, the degrees, but they were avid historians. So John Edward Bruce has a home in Yonkers, New York. We're still dealing with consciousness. These are the roots and where it's forming, in Yonkers, New York. And it was called, I believe the exact name is the Sunday Club. And he would invite the other amateur historians to come and to build and to talk about these issues, that some of the ones that we may talk about today, the condition of Black folks, what can we do, how the system may be impacting us. You got to come with your vest on, because just because you're my friend, we're in this environment, it was going down. It was to get to the root of things, and it was a battle. I mention this organization because that organization then goes to the other side, if anybody's aware of Manhattan. So one end of 135th and Lenox, the other end is between 7th Avenue. What had been built was a YMCA. YMCAs for Black folks were the center of the community because they provided rooms and resources for people to go and meet. So you had various clubs going to meet at that 135th YMCA. What they start there is something that people may know, that is called the Harlem History Club. That Harlem History Club, these gentlemen are going and having these discussions and these debates and trying to make the people aware and so forth and so on. And there was a young man, there were two young men who come up and are basically, and I don't mean this in the derogatory way, you have to understand, if anybody knows karate or kung fu flicks, they'll get what I'm trying to say by this. But there were two young men who were basically in that group as silent youngsters and coffee boys. Not a coffee boy in the bad sense, but a coffee boy, it's not your turn to speak. You will do more about learning to listen. Those two men are John G. Jackson and John Henrik Clark. Okay? So we're taking that at these times, and what is also forming is bookstores. The first one, I believe, was in 1920. The address is 135 135 Street. There's a guy named George Young. He starts a bookstore in Harlem. So now Black folks are getting access to the literature of not only white writers, but Black writers. And this is how the people start to awaken. Why Harlem? Because Harlem was the place where people were coming from the South, a little bit from the Midwest, and all these various places, and coming to make it what it became. It wasn't New York Black folks that made Harlem Harlem. It was people coming from Alabama, North Carolina, Philadelphia, Massachusetts, or whatever, making Harlem Harlem.
Hold on 1 second. Let me go back. Because we just heard this crazy dude saying all that stupid stuff that he was saying. So hit us one more time with that, Truth.
Okay. So we're taking that at these times, and what is also forming is bookstores. The first one, I believe, was in 1920. The address is 135 135 Street. There's a guy named George Young. He starts a bookstore in Harlem. So now Black folks are getting access to the literature of not only white writers, but Black writers. And this is how the people start to awaken. Why Harlem? Because Harlem was the place where people were coming from the South, a little bit from the Midwest, and all these various places, and coming to make it what it became. It wasn't New York Black folks that made Harlem Harlem. It was people coming from Alabama, North Carolina, Philadelphia, Massachusetts, or whatever, making Harlem Harlem. Right? So, I'm from Brooklyn. New Yorkers have this attitude and this New York-centric thing. But meanwhile, you go back 2 generations, most of our family came from down south somewhere. So we ain't natives to this place. I'm saying that to say that all of our Black folks came and made this what it was, right? So now you have history clubs, academic societies, and book clubs that form it. Richard B. Moore, go back to him, writes this paper, and he's stating that the mission of, here's this word, it's the first time it really comes into play with us, consciousness, is just that, is a consciousness of Africa. Now, why so? Because in those days and times, what had started to come about was a statement that the Black man contributed nothing to the foundations of civilization.
Pause. One more time. What were we doing during this so-called Harlem Renaissance, and why was it so indicative? Because this dude claims that they whitewashed us and started implanting. There was a rinsing of the mind and then a restored anew, and this is where we get confused. This is where we lose our Indian or Aboriginal or indigenous identity, right? This is his assertion. However, there is a key factor and point here that is made. Excuse me.
Right? So now you have history clubs, academic societies, and book clubs that form it. Richard B. Moore, go back to him, writes this paper, and he's stating that the mission of, here's this word, it's the first time it really comes into play with us, consciousness, is just that, is a consciousness of Africa. Now, why so? Because in those days and times, what had started to come about was a statement that the Black man contributed nothing to the foundations of civilization. And so to counter that, these individuals who had formal training as well as these autodidacts began to write literature and books based on these things. W.E.B. Du Bois writes The Negro. Charles Schomburg does his research. John Edward Bruce is putting out these writings through his newspaper. Hubert Harrison is the godfather of all this, and still on the premises before a Moor, a Nubian, an Israelite is on any corner. There was a Black man who was an atheist at that, standing on the corner trying to teach people on a soapbox. This is where the whole standing on your soapbox doesn't come from him, but that expression comes because they literally stood on soapboxes. This environment is what's fueling the birth of consciousness.
This environment is what is fueling the what?
The birth of consciousness.
So you mean all us Bammers from all over is what make Harlem Harlem. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Each One Teach One. True Story was live earlier today. All right, so let's have a little bit more fun. Let's double down on True Story. The Harlem Renaissance was an African-American artistic and intellectual movement that flourished throughout the 1920s. The Renaissance marked a cultural period during the 1920s when the African Americans celebrated their heritage through music, art, literature, politics, and social movements. Harlem in the 1920s was like nowhere else on earth. During World War I, a mass movement called the Great Migration, an exodus of 6 million Blacks from the South to northern cities like New York, Chicago, and Detroit, began bringing African Americans by the tens of thousands from the rural South to northern cities. The movement was based in Harlem, New York, but its influence extended throughout the nation and even the world. Following the Civil War, large numbers of African Americans migrated to northern urban areas like New York and Chicago. Harlem was one of the prime destinations for many Black Americans, and there a distinct way of life developed. The New Negro Movement, as it was called during its time, the Harlem Renaissance was essentially the flowering of a unique African-American culture. African-American writers, poets, artists, musicians, and intellectuals found new ways to express pride in their race and culture. Central to the Harlem Renaissance was the concept that the time had come for African Americans to take their rightful place in society and contribute to culture in meaningful ways. Although the movement peaked throughout the late 1920s, its impact continued into the 30s and beyond. Among the new arrivals, a whole generation of young writers and thinkers. Harlem was like a great magnet for the Negro intellectual, pulling him from everywhere. Langston Hughes wrote, as a group, they began writing with a bold new voice about what it meant to be a Black American. At the beginning of the 20th century, Black people were believed to have had no history or culture, said the scholar Howard Dutson Jr. For many Americans, the Harlem Renaissance was the first clue that they were wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what the fuck we listened to with Dane Callaway earlier and what his intentions was or what he was misleading. His whole etymology fallacy that he was committing over there, talking about Renaissance and how it meant the breaking down of something and the restoring of a something and using Plecker to erase and recreate. Plecker's laws didn't have any, whatever Virginia established had no impact on New York or the Harlem Renaissance. There were two separate institutions, and none of them have an influx. These Europeans at this time were already on their way writing their own histories. We had no history until we start digging up our past, as the great Schomburg states. Let me continue. I'm just giving you little pieces. Just little pieces. I won't give you the whole thing. I just want to give you a little something. You know what I'm saying? I don't give you the whole thing. You know, I give you the sources in the description of the video. Again, this is just going to reiterate what I just read, but I'm going to go a step further here because of two things. Why did it start in Harlem? I want to get here, right here. Why did it start in Harlem? Since the start of the 20th century, many middle-class African Americans in New York moved uptown into Harlem. In addition, Southern sharecroppers and farmhands left the South in order to find a better way of life. The Great Migration North during World War I, where African Americans worked in Northern and Midwestern factories, added to the populations. Many of these people were ancestors of slaves and had lived in the South under the Jim Crow laws. Harlem was also the home to many well-educated white-collar immigrants from the Caribbean. Claude McKay, Langston Hughes, Aaron Douglas, to name a few. The Harlem Renaissance began with the literature, novels, poems, essays, musicals, and music and musicals, theater and dance, later followed by a visual arts movement, including painting, prints, and sculptures. Let me rewind that, because he was trying to slide the art in there from a different perspective, not knowing that the shit began with literature. The art come next. The literature comes first. So it began with literature, novels, poems, essays, music, and musicals, theater and dance, and later by a visual arts movement, including paintings, prints, and sculptures. Due to these cultural advances for African Americans, the population of Harlem continued to grow in the 20s and 30s to around 200,000 people. Many lived in poverty due to the high rents and low-paying jobs. The intellectual leaders of the Harlem Renaissance was none other than W.E.B. Du Bois, Jesse Redmond, Alain Locke. Jazz was the music of the Harlem Renaissance. Hence, this time of period was known as the Jazz Age. So who was the famous people? Louis Armstrong, Edward K. Duke Ellington, Count Basie. Yeah, y'all remember Count Basie? Billie Holiday, Bessie Smith, to name a few. The impact of Harlem Renaissance on American culture: identified, defined, and expanded African American culture, created uniquely American art, literature, and music, recognizing and sponsoring African Americans by mainstream publishers, art galleries, magazines, theaters, and recording companies. The whole nation, including white people, were attracted to African American art, literature, and music. It became the influence for many future African American people in the fields of arts. Increased communications and exchanges about African American culture and political issues would be the starting points for the civil rights movements of the 1960s. Dang, the fuck are you talking about? I'm just giving you pieces. In the Library of Congress lies some primary sources. You actually can go through and get you some of this stuff, all pertaining to the Harlem Renaissance. You can listen to old music, poems, read letters, certain book covers, all kinds of things that you could download and get. We not playing, from all over. These things had significant impact on all of our people. It's here, right here, all in the Library of Congress. They ain't got nothing to hide, right? Oh, yeah, primaries, baby, primaries. I'm showing you where to go get them, and I'll leave it for you in the description. But this is something that I really wanted to get into. I wanted to talk about Alan Locke. This might ring a bell for a true historian. So I'm going to bring up a 2023 article regarding Alain Leroy Locke. I call him Alan. Alan Locke. Saying his name wrong. Anyway, best known for his writing in support of the Harlem Renaissance. I'm going to show a picture of him, and we're going to go straight into it. There you go. So, who was he? Mr. Locke graduated from Harvard University and was the first African American to win a prestigious Rhodes Scholarship. He subsequently received a doctorate in philosophy from Harvard and taught at Howard University. Locke publicized the Harlem Renaissance to a wide audience. He died in New York on June 9, 1954. He was laid to rest in Congressional Cemetery in Washington, D.C. His early life is in Philadelphia, September 13, 1885. He was to the father, Pliny Ishmael, and mother, Mary Hawkins Locke. A gifted student, Locke graduated from Philadelphia Central High School in the second in his class, 1902. He attended the Philadelphia School of Pedagogy before matriculating at Harvard University, from which he graduated in 1907, degrees in both literature and philosophy. Despite his intellect and clear talent, Locke faced significant barriers as an African American. Though he was selected as the first African-American Rhodes Scholar, Locke was denied admission to several colleges at the University of Oxford because of his race. He finally gained entry into Hertford College, where he studied in 1907-1910. Locke also studied philosophy at the University of Berlin during the years abroad. So again, Locke taught English at Howard University before returning to Harvard to complete his graduate studies. He completed his dissertation, The Problem of Classification in the Theory of Value, in 1918, graduating with a doctorate in philosophy. Locke then returned to Howard University as a chair of the school's Department of Philosophy, a position that he would hold until his retirement in 1953. Locke promoted African American artists and writers, encouraging them to look to Africa for artistic inspiration. So you have Miss Hurston, who received significant support from Locke. He also reviewed the work of African American scholars in the pages of the periodicals Opportunity and Phylum, and published work on African American art, theater, poetry, and music. Much of Locke's writing focused on African and African American identity. His collections of writings and illustrations, The New Negro, was published in 1925, Dane Callaway, and quickly became a classic. He also published pieces on the Harlem Renaissance, communicating the energy and potential of Harlem culture to a wide audience of both Black and white readers. For his part in developing the movement, Locke has been dubbed the father of the Harlem Renaissance. His views on African American intellectual and cultural life differed sharply from those of other Harlem Renaissance leaders, however, including W.E.B. Du Bois, who was also a friend of Locke's. While Du Bois believed that African American artists should aim to uplift their race, Locke argued that the artist's responsibility was primarily to himself or herself. Locke declared his belief in the Baha'i faith in 1918. His philosophical writings promoted pluralism, cultural relativism, and self-expression. That's Locke. You can add him on to the great list. Yep. There you go. There you go. Look at Truth. Look at Truth in the chat. Hubert Harrison had beef too. The boys was with the Baha'i too. Okay. We get some facts in the chat from the Truth. Let me pull up some of this. San Juan Hill is where Lincoln Center is. That's where Negroes lived before Harlem. Jazz was in San Juan Hill before Harlem. Vasa throw a name in there. He put in there Charlie. Christian goes on the list. Jimmy Rushins too. Cuba Harrison had beef too. There you go. They were good friends. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know what Dane was talking about. He was trying to create a whole new history. He was on some real. He just really effed up everything. The whole thing. Everybody in the chat is a Bama. All you Bamas come directly from the South. Truth is a Bama too. I'm finna pull it up. We're finna pull up San Juan Hill. Hold up. Didn't we read this before though, Truth, on one of them channels? We ain't trying to read the Battle of San Juan Hill though. Not the one in Cuba. From Cuba to New York. Oh. I got it right here, man. I had to make sure I ain't pull up the Cuba. I got it, yeah. I had because Cuba pull up quick. There we go, y'all. So San Juan Hill was a community in what is now Lincoln Square neighborhood of the Upper West Side in Manhattan. Its residents were mostly African American, Afro-Cuban, and Puerto Rican, and comprised one of the largest African American communities in New York before World War I. San Juan Hill was bound by 59th Street to the west end, to the west of 65th Street North, and Amsterdam Avenue, part of the 10th Avenue to the east. The site is now occupied by the Lincoln Center, the 16.3 acres complex dedicated to performing arts. There are different opinions about the etymology. We ain't got to get into that, but we like history. This is what y'all saw me say earlier about Little Africa on the screen earlier when we were talking about Harlem. So African Americans moved into the area around the late 19th century from Little Africa in Greenwich Village, where an earlier African American community existed. Before the construction of the Lincoln Center and subsequent destruction of San Juan Hill, jazz and art thrived in this area as its popularity began to grow. The neighborhood had a jazz club called Jungle Cafe, nicknamed the Jungle by the members of the neighborhood. This term was used by Mez Mesro, a white jazz clarinetist. Mesro was introduced to jazz while living in Harlem, where he heard recordings of James P. Johnson, the pianist, and San Juan Hill, in which he said, here's a boy from the jungle who makes all the other piano players look sick. Moreover, this basement club was where Charleston dance was reputedly born and got its start. The area's musical history continues today at the jazz at the Lincoln Center. Historians Mercy Sachs writes San Juan Hill had many tenant basement clubs ranging from dives to higher level clubs. And there were also pool rooms, saloons, dance halls, and bordellos. Before there was Harlem, there was San Juan Hill. Like Harlem, heavily populated by black people, it was also called the Jungles. There was a place on 62nd Street called the Jungles Casino, a dance hall. It also was known as Drake's Dancing Hall. Many of the customers came from the South Carolina and Georgia Sea Islands. They were known as the Gullas and the Geechees. This is where the dance, the Charleston, was born. James P. Johnson published a number called The Charleston, which was later used in a Broadway show called Running Wild in 1923. San Juan Hill had many African-American churches that, according to historian Marcy Sachs, moved into the area around the 80s and 90s of the 1800s. Among these were St. Mark's Methodist, Episcopal, Mount Olive Baptist, as well as St. Benedict, a Moore Church and neighboring Hell's Kitchen. The area had numerous community and fraternal organizations such as the Grand Unit Order or Odd Fellows, the Negro Elks, and the Colored Freemasons. This community also attracted veterans returning from the Spanish-American War of 1898, which could have given rise to its name. On the 8th of October in 2022, David Geffen Hall opened with a tribute to San Juan Hill. David Geffen Hall was formerly known as Avery Fisher at the Lincoln Center. The opening of David Geffen Hall opened with 2 concerts with works composed by featuring Etymology Charles. The work was also called San Juan Hill, a New York Story, which was performed by Etymology Charles, Creole Soul, and New York Philharmonic, conducted by music director Jap Van Zweden. San Juan Hill, a New York Story, is a multimedia work via music, visual, first-person accounts of the history of San Juan Hill neighborhood that was raised to build the Lincoln Center complex. The San Juan Hill, a New York Story, uses the sounds of music of the people who used to live in San Juan Hill. Multiple musical traditions and sounds: ragtime, jazz, stride, piano, swing, blues, mambo, peso, Italian waltz, calypso, funk, disco, bebop, along with historical film clips and interviews. It is stated in an article in the Lincoln Center to choose San Juan Hill, a New York Story, to lay the foundation for a new future for Lincoln Center and diversity. We made the Bamas famous. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You have to think about it. In the 20s, for Harlem to get all the way back to people in the South, where they hear word of Harlem, where they hear word of, you know, intellectuals that are doing this work to inspire the likes of the ancestor, Dr. John Henry Clark, that was significant. But yeah, man, come on, man. Y'all got to know this stuff, bro. I ain't saying y'all got to know this stuff right here, but y'all got to know when y'all hear a mofo by the name of Callaway make up what he was making up, man, that's just disrespectful. I ain't even gonna count. He was remotely disrespectful. Intentionally, man. That was on purpose. Yeah, displacement is key. Okay, keep reading. I got you. Okay, we got through that. All right, hold on. Let me go back up. Okay. So, San Juan Hill mostly erased due to the mid-20th century sweep of urban renewal to create the Lincoln Center, displacing thousands of families and removing the history of that neighborhood existence. In the early 20th century, African Americans started to move uptown from San Juan Hill to Harlem. The African American population decreased while the Puerto Rican population grew. More Puerto Rican families started moving there in the 1950s, coinciding with a massive influx of Puerto Rican migrations after World War II. In 1940s, the neighborhood of San Juan Hill was designated as a slum and called the worst slum district of New York City, by the New York Housing Authority. In 1947, the city of New York made San Juan Hill an area of redevelopment. Parts of San Juan Hill from 61st to 64th streets along Amsterdam and West End avenues were demolished in 1947 to make way for the Amsterdam housing project, completed in 1948. More than 1,100 families, mostly African American and Puerto Rican, were evicted to build in Amsterdam houses. During this time, the displacement of more than 7,000 lower-class families and 800 businesses occurred, largely because of an increase in real estate pricing resulting from an ongoing renewal process. Although 4,400 new housing units were intended for future residents, the actual price rooms with rent for, after the completion of the urban renewal project, around $40 to $50 a unit, well out of price range of original residents. Few tenement houses still stand in the neighborhood today. One such survivor is the 1906 Fifth House on 63rd. The building makes up the oldest affordable housing units in the neighborhood, offering building amenities at the time of their construction that could not be found in an overcrowded, unsanitary, poorly maintained tenement apartments most of the city's working class then lived in. The Phipps houses drew many families to the neighborhood seeking a healthy, safe, and accessible living environment in which to raise their children, marking the beginning of San Juan Hill's development in the first half of the 20th century into a vibrant working class district predominant by African Americans and later Puerto Ricans. The strong appeal of comfortable, affordable housing had for families to humble means at the turn of the century can be found in the recollections of Rosianna Weston, a resident of San Juan Hill who lived in the Phipps house as a child. Weston recounted that her family had previously occupied a rundown tenement and had moved to the Phipps in order to escape the deleterious environment of the slums. Known as the Ideal Tenement, Phipps was one of the last tenement buildings left standing after the demolition of San Juan Hill. Writing off the area of San Juan Hill as a slum was the first step in World War II city redevelopment scheme that would spell the end of the working class neighborhood. Robert Moses, chairman of the Committee of the Slum Clearance and leader of the urban renewal projects throughout most of the 50s and 60s, employed a federal statute allowing for the seizing of the land of San Juan Hill under mechanisms of eminent domain to facilitate this urban renewal project. These projects creating housing for the middle class while displacing lower income families and made room for performing arts complex of Lincoln Center. This post-World War II transformation of San Juan Hill neighborhood is considered to be an early example of urban gentrification. In the 50s, the neighborhood was almost completely torn down by the Lincoln Center was built. By 55, Robert Moses struck the deal with the Met Opera to develop the neighborhood north of Columbus Circle into a home for arts. Other organizations such as Fordham University, New York Philharmonic, and the Juilliard School of Music soon followed suit, moved their headquarters and campuses to the center. The area had been the home of over 17,000 residents. Construction on the development project started in 1959. She's Louise. Cats in the bodega. Okay, so I see. All right, now, so this is these people are the people that Peyton that we talked about earlier. Go back. Am I still sharing, bro? My bad. Thought I was sharing. Y'all mean to tell me I wasn't sharing the whole time, or I stopped sharing? But this goes back to this article, and when we talked about the real estate agent. It's on down. I'm tripping. Yeah, all of this will come back to the right here. Others try to buy the property, Vic back centers, but African American realtor retaliated by blah 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 blah. Soon after, yada yada yada. There you go. So you get all of that. Oh, let me get back to them. Here you go, right there. So here you have it. The mass migration of African Americans into the area began in 1904 due to other real estate crashes and worsening of black people elsewhere in the city and leadership of black real estate entrepreneurs. Philip Payton Jr. Pull him up. We already know who he is, what he did. But there you go. He handled his business. Let me see where we at. Yeah, the churches followed and other businesses. Yeah, of course. They gotta go. Hey, they gotta keep that. They gotta keep that religious money coming in, man. They got to follow the people. They got to follow the people. Hold on, let me stop sharing. So yeah, Dane sent us on a wild goose chase, bro. We spent like 2 hours on this stupid video because we keep having it every 30 seconds. That's annoying. And then he be making up shit, so you got to go back and hear the bullshit again. It's annoying to do that, man. But ultimately, we went through 14, almost, well, yeah, 14 and a half minutes before he provides you his claim. And that's crazy. Yep. And as stated, them dudes is not going to show up. None of them. What a Houston dude that he had so much to say talking about ships and all kind of deterring bullshit in the chat. Now he ain't around. He don't want no smoke, bro. I know I had 2 little power outage flankerages that went on. I got kicked off StreamYard 3 times. That's crazy. And y'all rolled through all of that. I ain't even editing this video. I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it raw and uncut. Savior was upset. Who don't love big band music? Oh, because he had a good system. Just on he liked Polori more than American dumplings. Yeah, man. So look, that's all I really got for today, man. You know what I'm saying? We got it in today. We just wanted to address this old dummy. You know what I'm saying? He did that a month ago. He had 44,000 views on that bullshit. Sitting there making up stuff. And he couldn't go that whole video without mentioning Walter Plecker, bro. But he doubled down with the Willie Lynch letter. I just couldn't believe that. Couldn't believe it at all. He said Xavier was pissed, bro. He said, how you yes, how you get rid of it? And the elbows don't never show up. They don't never show up, bro. What Tyron at? Ling Ling, where you at? Let's deal with Ling Ling. Hold on. Let's deal with Ling Ling. Ling Ling is pissed. He done made a whole nother post. And then somebody got tired of him talking, so he typed a post. Now he done made some little snippet. He said that this was a lie. He said that we're lying about the distinctions that was made in the book. So he made a whole little TikTok. In his TikTok, he got me with Dr. Ma'at. Now, I don't mean no disrespect to Dr. Ma'at, but I ain't even been, you know what I mean? I ain't even been talking to Dr. Ma'at, bro. But that ain't got nothing to do with that. I just, you know what I mean? I'm letting the sister do a thing. This dude made a whole TikTok, bro. I ain't on no TikTok. He wastes his time.
Sean, you ain't let that brother read. You ain't let him read.
What
What
else
you
you
did?
read for? We did let him read.
No, he didn't read the whole chapter of chapter 4. I
He
was
wasn't going to read
listening.
the whole chapter 4. There's no way that he could read the whole chapter 4 because chapter
Well, he
4.
could have read most of it, and
No,
y'all kept
no,
allowing him
no.
to say, ask you questions. I'm just giving you feedback as a listener,
I don't care.
right?
That don't matter.
He
We got
offers a lot of questions. So when you asking him questions,
nothing.
y'all allow him to ask y'all questions, and he derails the conversation. And as a listener, we realize, hey, he never really answered the question. But it'd be like 30 minutes later, 15 minutes later, like seriously, like y'all need to, instead of
Nope.
question after question
It's
after question after
no.
question.
I'd rather not even talk to him.
But we were talking to him. I understand what you're
I just
saying.
listen.
You'd
I
rather
said
not.
it last time.
That's why, hello, we on the Mossy. Has they pulled up? No. Right. But
I said
on not a coincidence knows, and it's my brother. I love him dearly, but not a coincidence is the Abba Whisperer, right? So he has an environment where the Abbos be like, you know what? I'm feeling a little strong. I'm about to pull up. I'm about to pull up on not a coincidence.
That's
So
what
in
it
that environment,
is.
right? No one put Ling Ling or Tyron to the challenge and make him read, make him listen, make him
We
comprehend.
did. No, we
Y'all
did.
let him ask you all these questions. Let
Melanated.
him tell you you ain't
Melanated.
what tribe you part of. You ain't your stinking
Melanated.
African, and
Melanated.
then that's
It
it.
ain't got nothing to do with that. That's not a coincidence. I always, when I came on the panel, he tried to derail the conversation when he told not a coincidence that his source was pseudo. Remember, I hopped on and brought him back to the source. Then he still tried to divert from that. And the only reason he was able to do that because I was working. I
But
asked
he
him.
did pull he pulled you into it because then you started saying, we don't want to talk, you want to talk to your sister. See, when you start doing that stuff, you
You're
playing
not
into his
listening.
game.
No, I'm not. You're not listening. You're hearing stuff, but you ain't listening. I
Okay, go
don't
ahead.
need I don't need Tyron. Whatever source he wants to discuss, he can give us that, and we don't need him no more because he's going to divert from the source. Remember, the only reason we even got back to the same book that we dealt with a few weeks ago is because of Tyron diverting from what not a coincidence just read. He came and said that he wanted to get into that source again, which I knew was horse crap. Because if you look at the very first page on chapter 4, it already made distinctions between the Negro and the Indian. It says it. But what are we saying? We ain't saying none of that. He the one made the claim that it don't make the distinctions. So there was no reason to read the entire chapter because once we've determined that the book is making distinctions in the very first paragraph, the conversation was over with. We just prolonged it and kept going along with the dumb stuff. Because in typical Abbo whispering fashion, not a coincidence like to hear that shit. Because he be trying to catch him up on the charges. Now
Because
when
he
he
be trying to get them to see it. And I understand
he can't.
he really thinks that they're going to somehow be like, oh, you know what? Y'all actually right, but they're not going to ever say that.
Never.
Not a coincidence is, he is a very positive perspective, and he wants to deal with them objectively, but they haven't proven that they have that ability thus far. I will say thus far they haven't. So I understand your like you be on them, you be on them, but you be killing them before they got a chance to try to fly. Like you know what I'm saying? Like a person trying to go killing ducks, but the duck ain't go nowhere. Like that's
You gotta
you.
get him out early. You can't let him. You can't let him.
Yeah, yo, you be killing them too soon. I be like, Sean, like, chill. You and
Nah,
Sabio. 'Cause I know Sabio listening too. So you and Sabio, y'all two are like
you gotta kill him early.
fucking
Cannot you
dog wires,
can't
yo.
do it.
Y'all be
You can't do it late. You gotta kill him early. Then listen, we went to two different books because he pulled up the whole Black Indian shit. And he didn't read that fucking shit. He didn't read it.
I mean, I was thoroughly entertained by the abo linguistics, because it's the only people that really delve into that. I would say would be like Dan Callaway and so far root words. Root words be doing a linguistic, gymnastic thing and Dan Callaway, but like the like all of that, like that shit that's interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I mean, of course they're gonna die at that part, but kudos to them for trying. They tried it.
I'm finna pull this source up.
They tried it.
Let me pull this dumbass motherfucker source up. He talking and he steady talk all day. I don't think he went to sleep. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I don't think the dude went to sleep.
Which dude?
Ling.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, he done made videos and everything. Hold on.
I mean, I told Nada was not to let him on because I knew he was gonna overtalk like that.
Context was used in whatever they call open.
This is Ling.
It was a 1 versus 100 kangaroo court ambush trial on Aboriginals with no substance.
That's Ling. He made this. He don't say nothing.
The whole black Indian shit, and he didn't read that fucking shit.
Listen to him.
He didn't read it.
He got me on his TikTok.
I was thoroughly entertained by
Oh shit, that was you too. Hold on, let me go back. I'm trying to pull the book up. Alan, what's his name? Alan Galloway. Alan got a few books. Indian Slavery in Colonial America. What was chapter 4? Hold on, this is the wrong book. When I get the book, I'm gonna share my screen. That ain't the book. I just verified. Yo, this dude is a nut, man. Like, for real, straight up. Y'all don't understand. That's why I do it early. I can't play with him all day. I ain't got that kind of patience. Y'all might, but I ain't got that kind of patience. Same fucking source, yo. The number of Indian slaves, I think it's chapter 4. All right, hold on. Let me see this book. And this dude that he uses, Alan Galloway, he got several different books. Several different. He's just disingenuous. Let me go back. All right, so what? I don't want 48. I need the whole book. Indian slavery in colonial America. Melanated want to see a slow death. You can't do that with him. Melanated. I'm sorry.
I mean, I told not a coincidence not to even let him on because I knew he was going to overtalk. I knew he was going to go towards ad hominems, when he didn't have an argument. Like he does the same thing, so it's not. He's not really a person, like he's not productive. It's not like you're actually getting to information with him. It's just he's either gonna overtalk you. What tribe you from? You ain't really African. You do like he gonna do the same nonsense. So what's the purpose?
Now the coincidence said it's his punching bag. He the new woo
But
word.
not a coincidence. He uses them in order to just drop information. That's what I'm learning. And he'd be like, "Oh yeah, you can't answer that question because the answer is da 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 da." That's what he does. Like, "Oh, you don't know this?" Da, 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 da. He asks them questions they don't know the answer to, and then he tells them the answer. So he just uses them as like a tool. But I be frustrated.
I know, that's why I be cussing. I only cuss him. Well, I cuss only him and two other people out like that.
You cuss my abo buddy, Smoke Signal. You be cussing him out so bad that should be like, God damn, what the hell?
I'm cussing him out.
Okay, you cuss out Smoke Signal, Ling Ling, and Wale. I don't know nobody else you cuss out like that.
That boy got so many. He got so many posts in that group. I'm looking at it now. Like he got like.
What group is this on Facebook? Is it the same battle group that turned into an abo group? Because I used to be part of it. It's the same battle group.
Yeah, the Negro continent shit.
Wait, the same Hebrew one, the one that was a Hebrew, that battle, whatever.
This is what Rob Bowen said it was.
I was in that group. I don't get no notifications in that group. I'm about to go searching for. Maybe I left it. I don't know.
I think a lot of people left it. It was stupid. This dude made a whole goddamn.
It's too many black dudes posting pictures about them trying to be with white women. I was like, this group is crazy.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to find something, yo. This man and he's feelings hurt. I ain't never seen this before. Indian slavery in colonial times within the present. Indian slavery in colonial times. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. This is a different book. It's a different book he got on this page. That's chapter 1. Part 2. What can I about that? Yeah, he got a whole nother book. Enslavement of the Indians themselves. He got a whole nother book he trying to argue with us against. But he got this on his TikTok. Enslavement of the Spaniards. Yo, this dude's slick. Enslavement of the French. Yeah, he's slick. Why is he using this on TikTok? This ain't the same book that he had up yesterday.
Wait, we can't see what you're saying. Are you saying that when Ling Ling made a post about the conversation, he used a different source material?
Yeah, he got a different source in there. He got these other screenshots and shit, but then he got a different source. All right, so hold on. I got his shit right here. Let me pull it up. Fucking bastard. That's why I cuss this dude out. Peace, peace, peace.
Peace.
All right, so I don't know why all this highlighted shit showing up. I guess because I was searching the book way. But anyway, so right here says chapter 4, the number of Indian slaves. All right, we're on the same type of time. So it says to arrive, and this is a new source, to arrive at the knowledge of the exact number of Indian slaves in any of the English colonies is impossible. Census reports and other vital statistics are infrequent or lacking, especially in the early colonial period. And often in such statistics as are extant Indian slaves either receive no mention or are classed within Negro slaves without distinction. This is before Walter Plecker, by the way. From existing records, however, one is able to obtain a knowledge of its comparative numbers in different groups of colonies, and to some extent in the individual colonies during the colonial period. New England and Southern colonies were the sections that employed Indian slave labor most extensively. The South, taken precedent for climatic conditions, there were more favorable and economic conditions made necessary a larger quantity or civil labor than was required in the North. Yet, New England made use of the natives as slaves as long as they lasted, and drew further supplies from Maine, the Carolinas, and other districts. Among the English colonies, the Carolinas stood first in the use of Indians as slaves, such as beginning in the founding colonies. The need for laborers are great. The source of supply near and at the hand, the colonists availed themselves of their opportunity. Probably captives of the Stonewall War became the Indian slaves mentioned in the inventory of Captain Byrd, one of the grandees of the time. In a report of the conditions of the colony made the proprietors of September 17, 1708 by Governor Nathaniel Johnson and Council, the number of Indian men slaves was given as 500. Indian women slaves is 600. Indian children slaves is 300, a total of 1,400 Indian slaves. The number of Negroes at the same time was stated as 4,100. Of indentured servants, 120, and of free whites, 3,960. So, in the very beginning of chapter 4, there is a distinction. The distinctions are there are 1,400 Indian slaves. The number of Negroes at the same time was 4,100. Of indentured servants, it was 120. And of free whites, there were 3,960. Ladies and gentlemen, this is telling us that there were 4,100 Negroes. There was 120 indentured servants. There were 1,400 Indians. And there were 3,960 free whites. He said that this chapter did not make distinctions between the Indians and the Negroes. The conversation was over at this point. We didn't need to talk to him no more. Once we got to this point in chapter 4, the conversation was over. It's on the screen. If you purchased it, it should have allowed you to download it. You're supposed, when you purchased it, it should have sent you a link. When you got the link in your email, it should have let you download it. If the link expired, you probably are going to have to repurchase it. But yeah, but next time if you do that, we appreciate you, but download the damn article, please. And yes, in another video from 2 weeks ago, he kept saying 41,000 Negroes. So for everybody that is unaware to it, let me stop real quick. Let me reshare the screen. I don't know what Not a Coincidence is doing this evening because he would have been in here already and he ain't here.
Lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Queen Nanny of the Maroons, Negro. Queen Nanny of the Maroons, Negro. The Seminoles, Negro. The Geechee, Negro.
Like they always do.
Come on, Lane, let's read.
Cujo just made a fallacy for the record.
All right, so you just lied there, Sassy P. Because that's not the only reason why I know that I'm a Skokie Creek. Hold on,
let him get 20 seconds. Let him get 20 seconds.
Let me get all that shit that y'all clowns just spewed on the damn screen. Hold on, let's go for point. Hold on, I heard everything y'all Gish Gallop tonight. Let's go point for point. Hold on, I'm not running anywhere. Sean, you said a lot of Gish Gallop. Hold on, let me address everything you said. Let me address every single point you said because y'all spewed a lot of bullshit here. And even Turtle Boy in the chat even Turtle Boy in the chat can agree with what I'm saying because his ass is an apple at one point in time. So what are you talking about? Hold on, Turtle Boy is an apple and he a boy. So what are you talking about?
Y'all talking about Turtle Gang?
No,
He came down to Oklahoma.
Turtle Boy because he a rat. He a snitch.
Turtle Gang came down to Oklahoma.
See what I'm saying? See, there we go. See, not a coincidence. That's why I ain't want to let him go, bro.
Turtle Gang came to Oklahoma.
Exactly. We know he did, bro. He ain't well.
I need you to give us why are we even reading this? Tell us why we're reading.
The reason why we are reading this because you tried to cherry pick that they were making distinctions when they weren't, and they could not differentiate between the Indian or the alleged African Negro. They didn't because they didn't count them. They didn't care about the ethnicity of their slaves.
That's because they was mixed.
No, they weren't.
They were.
They weren't.
There's no way you can't tell the difference between the two guys.
They were not mixed. Okay, so they were raping on Africans before they came over here?
They was what?
No. So you're saying that they were raping on Africans before they terraformed the African over here and brought about a great replacement of Drapetomania Vestige Indians, runaway disease Indians, right? You saying that they were mixed.
We gotta read the source, yo. We gotta read the source. Can we read the source? Hold on, everybody free.
So let's read statistics are infrequent or lacking, especially in the early colonial period, and often in such statistics as are extant Indian slaves either receive no mention or are classed with Negro slaves without distinction.
Hold on,
understand?
Pause. Read it again.
You understand?
Read it again.
You couldn't have just read that, man. You couldn't have comprehended that.
Read it again.
Do you understand, Sean?
It's
not talking about no Africans.
Read it again.
Hold on, Sean.
You said it would make a distinction. Read it again.
This is what kills you. This is what kills you right here. Hold on. Because if we apply, because if we cross-reference and we nah, nigga, you ain't gonna flee from this. You're not gonna flee. You're not gonna flee. You're not gonna flee. I'm gonna read it to you. Hold on, Sean. I will read it to you. I will read it to you. Again. But let me tell you something. You're not gonna get shallow. Jack D. Forbes says Negro don't mean African. Let's go back in here, and I put that shit in the back chat too, by the way. Let's read. Okay, now go back to the top. Not a coincidence. Go back to the top. to arrive at any knowledge of the exact number of Indian slaves in any of the English colonies is impossible. Census reports and other vital statistics are infrequent or lacking, especially in the early colonial period, and often in such statistics as are extant Indian slaves. Either they received no mention or are classed with Negro slaves without distinction. Do you understand?
Pause. Now, what did it just say
so you
right
gonna
there?
Say African? You gonna try to say Negro mean African?
Listen,
Read that part
bro,
again, please.
listen. It says.
So is you filibustering in that it means African?
Hold on.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Hold the fuck on, bro. I'm trying to get you on the same page with the source. The source is telling you that the Indians, right, what they could or could not determine were then classified with the Negroes. That's a distinction between two groups of people.
That's not a distinction, Sassy.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Okay, so let's pull up the PDF of Jack D. Forbes' Negro Indian.
Reading.
No. So he can read it, and we can show him that he was lying.
You don't know how to cross-reference, nigga.
That's not how you cross-reference the source.
Yes, it is, nigga. You use one source and use another.
You have to use the source that he's using.
Yes, it is, dumbass.
Bro, hold on, real quick.
The context. Hold on.
Let you confuse the fuck out of people. I'm not gonna let you confuse the fuck out of people. People, that is not how you cross-reference. You have to take this guy's source and cross-reference him. What did he use to make that determination to come to that conclusion? What data? So you have to cross-reference the data that was used to substantiate his position in the first paragraph of this book. You don't go to a whole nother author that's writing a whole nother book about a whole nother argument and conversation. That is not how that shit's done. You have to use the information provided by the goddamn source. And when you cross-reference the source that's using the source, you either substantiate it or you refute this motherfucker with his own goddamn source, which is what we're doing in Ling Ling. It is the same demonstration we're doing with Ling Ling. Ling Ling made a claim, Ling Ling brought a source. We use Ling Ling's source to refute Ling Ling. Ling Ling clearly didn't understand that his source continues to make distinctions between Indians and the Negro. He just said it again in his same goddamn book that we read to him a few weeks ago when I was leaving a restaurant, and the motherfucker acted like he couldn't comprehend then. So now we really know there's a comprehension problem the minute that he doesn't understand that for the Indians that they couldn't determine, they labeled or classified them with the Negroes. Goddamn, Ling Ling.
Yo, I was a straight asshole. I was a straight asshole. We be funny though, man. Because he be thinking that he got a point and he ain't got no damn point. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Ling Ling? You cross-reference this source using Jack D. Forbes. No, motherfucker. He just gave us statistical data. He just gave us data. We got to find out where he got that data from. So we got to go use his source. Ling Ling didn't even understand it. And I'm glad y'all talking about rap because this squeaky voice motherfucker annoys the out of me. This fool said to go to a whole nother author to cross-reference this author when the author provides us with a source that don't go to the author that he is referring to. This author in this book that we're looking at, and I'm going to come back to the video, but this author in this book that we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, this author, Almond Willer, is not, I repeat, is not using Jack D. Forbes. Here are the sources by this author in the very first part of this book. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we scroll up and we go down, we have to go until we get a source. So the first source that we get from this motherfucker is number 2. So we go to number 2, and it says, i.e. until after the Pequot and King Philip's Wars. So that's going back to this very first source, which is the Dole English Colonies in America, the Puritan Colonies, volume 2, page 506. So we got to go to this source to substantiate the very first shits that he says here earlier on in this text. It ain't no way around it. We got to go to 1. 2 will take us to 1. Once we've established that, then we can move forward. He then went on to say and drew further supplies from Maine. So now we got to go to Freeman, The History of Cape Cod, page 72. When we do that, we substantiate what he said. If the author did not say that, then we come back and we look at this author and be like, this shit's wrong. You need to update that. Or we challenge it, or we make a video and refute it. Or we write a book and refute the author out of the book about the data. But that ain't even the half. When he comes through and start giving us these 1,400 Indians, 4,100 Negroes, 120 indentured servants, 3,960 whites, that's the data that we go get from number 2 again. What is number 2? Ladies and gentlemen, the author used the Bancroft Papers relating to Carolina in New York City Public Library, MSS Volume 1, 1662 to 1769 by Rivers, a sketch of history of South Carolina to the close of the proprietary government, etc., page 232. Then South Carolina Historical Society Collections, Volume 2, page 217 by Thomas, The Indians of North America, etc., page 95. Shaper, Sectionalism in South Carolina, page 263. Those are all the sources that we would use to substantiate the data that was provided to us by this freaking author. You don't go to Jack D. Forbes. Silly ass motherfuckers don't know how to research. Now, when Cedric said people in the community ain't doing research, we know the abos ain't doing research. But we got to at least know how to do the research so we can catch them in their bull jump. We know they don't read footnotes or cross-reference. They don't even read. Oh, for crazy. Pure Black, why your name is Imhotep Jackson Jr., bro? What they done did to your page? You in Facebook? I mean, YouTube jail or some shit? Why the hell you ain't on Pure Black?
All right, so you finished.
That nigga been talking the whole time.
That nigga been talking the whole time. Now let's go over sources because your dumb ass don't know how to cross-reference. You didn't even bring up a source to prove that Negro African.
Apparently
bring up sources to prove Negro means African. So let's bring up.
No, we're still reading this source, Ling Ling. You have to go. Ling Ling, you're not done. You're not done. Ling Ling, you're not done.
Look,
what
Sean,
is your references source?
I put him in the bag. But this is exactly why I didn't want him to read from the beginning, because this whole thing was Negroes is unquestionably Indian. That's so I want him to just read that part. You know what I'm saying? I did not.
He fucked up.
We can't even get through the, you know what I'm saying, the first couple lines without him doing this. Like that's why.
Not a C. No. Maybe I'm tripping. But we're reading this together. All of us. It's not just me. It's Eric is here. Unless Eric dropped off because I know he was doing some shit. Lotus is here. He ain't said a goddamn word. Juju is here. And Cujo is here. And what's fucked up is Lotus. Every goddamn time you agree with some bullshit, you open your motherfucking mouth and you say something about that fuck shit. Now all of a sudden, we're reading this goddamn source together, and what the fuck your pussy ass do? Be the fuck quiet. Now you want to be quiet, nigga, because you knew that shit clearly made made a distinction right there that separated two different people, and you did not want to admit it. The integrity and the audacity of your fucking Uber eating, delivering ass. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro.
What? I agree with Lee.
Exactly. You see this pathetic shit? No, you don't agree with Ling Ling, nigga, because you laughing.
You agreeing with Ling Ling's source? Because this
yes,
is the part I want him to read.
One and the same. Yes, I agree.
So why the source don't say that?
Tyron, can you read this right here? Yes or no?
Am I allowed to talk?
No, you could read. Can you read this? And then you could talk.
All right. So I don't want no interruptions and I don't want no rants and blocking.
All right. If you don't want any interruptions, you can't interject.
You can't give us the rules of engagement, nigga. Read the goddamn source.
Yes, I can, because you haven't disproved what I said.
Tyron, once you say anything that's not on the page, you're opening up for people to say something to you. So you could read without any interruptions, but if you add on to what you're reading, you're gonna get a backlash from it. So go ahead, read.
Backlash from what?
If you
I'm gonna read, okay, as a result of the intermingling of Negroes and Indians, which came about when the coast tribes dwindled and the small number of remaining members moved inland, associated and intermarried with the Negroes until they finally lost their identity and were classed with that race. A considerable portion of the blood of the Southern Negro is unquestionably Indian. 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, 1897-1898, page 233. It was these mixed bloods as well as pure blood Indians to which the statutes referred by the terms Indian slave and musty or misty slaves. Occasional mention is made in colonial newspaper of slaves of the mixed red and black races, weekly American Weekly
Tyron,
Mercury,
stop. Hold on, Tyron. Hold on, Tyron. Tyron, hold on. Start over again.
I don't want you interjecting. I didn't give you permission to.
It's not
You just had a whole 5 minutes to rant.
I'm asking you to start over where you started from. I need you to start over.
I need you to shut up and let me talk.
You just debunked yourself, and I'm trying to get you to. I'm trying to get you to start over and read where you began.
Let me tell you how stupid your dumb ass sounds.
Who did the Indians mix with, Tyron?
Themselves, motherfucker.
No, it didn't.
So
it said
again,
they mixed with the Negro. It said they mixed with the Negro. No. Why would they?
What does Negro mean?
Why would it make?
Hold on, Sean.
Okay. No. You said the book was not going to make distinctions between two people. And then you just read again.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I don't want to hear you yell and rip your damn.
Yo, Tyron, I am asking you to read it again.
Because Scout. I don't want you to throw a temper tantrum and raise your blood pressure like last time.
We deserve clarity. Tyron,
let me decipher what
deserve
means.
Clarity. Tyron, tell us who the Indians mixed with. Tyron, who did the Indians mix with?
Themselves, Europeans. It didn't mention Zambo.
Tyron, what did the source say?
Zambo.
Tyron, what did the source say?
The source says, as the result of intermingling of Negroes and Indians, which...
Stop. Pause. What does intermingling mean to you between Negroes and Indians? What does that mean to you?
They are interchangeable.
That's not what that means.
Yes, they are, fool.
Nigga, you just got slaughtered
what
by
they
your
did,
store.
do you not understand how they got rid of the
died by your
Indians and made
sword.
them white and made them black?
What melanated at? Because she said we didn't let this motherfucker read this shit. And every time we stop him, it is to make sure that he understands what it is that he just read. We can't just let him read the whole thing unguarded. He has to know that when we're stopping him to read something, it is to check his comprehension level, is to see if he digested it. Because it says on the screen, as the result of intermingling of Negroes and Indians. So they're not one and the same. And you can't say the word is interchangeable. This is where we go off track because it continues on down in the same paragraph, which came about when the coast tribes dwindled in a small number, remained and moved inland, associated and intermarried with Negroes. So now the Indians intermarried with Negroes until they finally lost their identity and were classed with that race. A considerable portion of the blood of the Southern Negroes is unquestionably Indian. We was smacking off the Indian so bad we bred the Indian up out of the Indian. So we had to, let me do this. Let me do this for y'all in a different flow. I was gonna use dogs, but I ain't. So a Negro and an Indian had a baby. That baby that baby is mixed. That mixed baby that's Negro and Indian went to a Negro. So now that Negro and mixed Indian and Negro baby had a baby that has less Indian in it and more Negro in it. That baby mixed with another Negro. That baby has more Negro and far less Indian in it. Then that baby had babies with a Negro. That baby had very few Indian in it and very large portion of Negro in it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of your DNA. This is the story of admixture. This transpires and takes place over 120 or less than 120 years. Let's say the average person was having babies around the age of 16. Earlier on in the early 1900s, let's just say that, 16. How many times? 16 times 5. 16 times 5 is 80. So your 5th generation grandparent would be in the 80s when we know dang well that it probably was more than that. But I'm just giving you an example. 5 generations of running it back to Negro. Started off with Negro and Indian, and the next 4 generations ran it back to Negro. When you take a DNA test, when you're born and you get old enough before you have kids, you take a DNA test, your direct ancestry is going to deal with those 4 Negroes. Well, not 4, but 8 Negroes that you're dealing with if you're a male. 4 if you're a female. It's going to deal with them, and then it's going to bring you back to that small encounterment of that Indian. This is the beauty of understanding admixture. We have to do this when we're breeding our dogs. We will breed dogs from 2 separate groups together. When they have puppies, we might take a puppy from that litter and breed it back to the father to strengthen or tighten up the blood, the appearance, the structure, and all of that. That's if we run it back to the father. Or we'll take it and take it to something else. But my point is we have a way to go with those breeds, but we don't just keep running it back to the father. We do an inbreed or a line breed, and then we go out. And then those puppies, we might take a puppy from that outbreeding and bring it back. But my point is humans don't operate the way we operate with pets. So we know in some instances, potentially, I'm just saying potentially, some people like to go back and have sex with their cousins. That's fine. I'm not getting into that. My point is the Indian, it says it in its source. It says it. It says, as a result of intermingling of Negroes and Indians, which came about when the coast tribes dwindled and the small number of remaining members moved inland, associated and intermarried with Negroes until they finally lost their identity and were classed with that race. A considerable portion of the blood of the southern Negroes is unquestionably Indian. The 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, 1897 to 1898, page 233, it was these mixed bloods, as well as the pureblood Indians, to which the statutes referred to by the terms of Indian slaves and musty or mesti slaves. Occasionally mention is made in the colonial newspapers of slaves of the mixed red and black races. It's making these distinctions and determinations, and it's telling you what has transpired. But some kind of weird way, this fool with this high-pitched voice don't comprehend that there are distinctions made between the two people, and there was heavy mixing that transpired. Because of a bunch of intermingling.
Your narrative whatsoever.
Yes, it does, fool.
Give up the ghost.
Yes,
bro.
it does. Because look at your data. Look at your data. Not that many Bantus got brought over here. So you're lying.
You're getting
4%
tossed
of
around like
Negro. Only 4% of them slaves were Bantu males.
Hey, I heard him say this, and this was a diversion, but he really don't know how to do math. So if 4% was brought over here, how many was shipped? Because he ain't never said that. He don't know how big that is. So if for instance, if they only directly from Africa over 350,000, or we'll just say that let's just say 300,000. We ain't got to be exact. What is 4% of 300,000? What's 4% of 300,000? Do the math. 4% of 300,000, y'all. Do the math. That's 12,000 men that he's talking about that they brought over here. Do you think that they brought these 12,000 men over here and they didn't bring no women? Who these 12,000 men they gonna breed, they gonna sex with? They gonna get them some Indian cuckoo. If that. He don't know numbers, bro. And he don't even know if he using the 4% right. But this is what we was dealing with. That's correct, Miss Woods. Inbred dogs do have they do have a lot of depending on the pedigree. But some inbred dogs, if it's been inbred too many times, they will have health issues. That's why if you do a inbred line, it has to be once, and then you got to go out. It has to be once, and then you got to go out. Because if you inbred it once and then you do it again, if you don't go out on the third one, you're going to freak that dog out. You're going to have all kind of health issues for sure. you're gonna have all kind of health issues for sure. So we try to go out. We try to we been out though. We ain't did nothing in. We haven't did any in breeds. We've been out on everything. As of right now, we've been out on everything. But when we take one back, it's to tighten it up on one of our bully lines. So I don't know where the Houston dude is, but I was gonna kind of knock him on out the box with the ships. But I know not a coincidence may play this video back tomorrow, so I'm not trying to do too much of the video, but I do want to show y'all something. I think this is dude name. Let me make sure I'm right. Yeah, here we go. Yo, so peep this real quick. God damn, stupid motherfucker. I don't want to hear that bullshit. So, a week ago, this fool dropped this video. Historical background of Juneteenth, debunking the African slave myth, American Indians and Black Europeans, European prisoners of war and slaves, Jack Johnson. This fool literally says that he is debunking the African slave myth. I don't even want to get into this. But this dude is crazy. He crazy as all get out, bro. All right, so peep this. So I want to go to a Karimio follower because she asked me a question. She says, Egyptian temples found in Tennessee, America, old world. So she comments on this. She says, yes, America is the old world. And I told her that incorrect. I meant that's incorrect. I'm in Tennessee, so voila. Nothing old in Americas, no archaeologist, paleontologist, anthropologist, or geneticist says that. She comes back and replies 16 hours ago. I'm in Tennessee as well, and I do not lie. Yes, you do. You just lied. Yes, you do. You just lied. She says, but all of those titles that you mentioned do. They have to lie, archaeologists and so on. I would recommend anybody reading this not to get a DNA test. What that man says at 2 hour, 28, 26 mark. You sound stupid. You recommend for people to not get a DNA test. So I replied, you recommend for people to not get a DNA test without any evidence as to why you recommend this is stupid and you're dumb for even recommending this. You don't want them to get a test so they can believe your lying ass. Gotcha. Fix the grammar on my shit. Live and in living color, y'all seen it. There was another comment by somebody from the Wild. Her. It's her again. Are you also saying that Karumio Aha is lying as well? Yeah, all y'all are liars. Which I ain't making it up. Absolutely, he's a whole liar. I've shown that on this video and playback about several topics. They all liars. And it might be Karumio's wife using it that's coming over here with that bull jive. She crazy. Yeah, man. This is what I'm saying, though. Like, look, this 2 weeks ago, right? We just did this one last night. This 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Let me see if the audio's still on in this bitch. Yeah, it's still on. Two weeks ago, y'all. 2 weeks ago. Let me get through not a coincidence bullshit. Nah, this the research guy shit. Let me go back. Hit the live chat. Yeah, here we go. 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that was right. I had the wrong video, though. I forgot he did a replay. Where Ling Ling at? Where that shit with Ling Ling? This ain't the one? So it's longer than 2 weeks ago? Damn. Nah, here you go right here. Yep, 10 hours. It was 2 weeks ago. Where Ling Ling at? Yo, so not a C. You ain't in the chat, but you gonna read this. So real quick, let me go back real quick. You know that picture that I sent you? That's that same picture right there, bro. But is that old boy in there? Cash? I wonder if that's Cash with that Steven dude picture up. Well, this video long. We done pulled out somebody's family tree and records. Somebody got debunked. Oh, here you go, right here. Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago. Damn. We back to the same source 3 weeks ago with this stupid motherfucker. It's crazy, bro. Crazy. I'm trying to see what chapter was this we was on when he was with that dumb shit. Yep, we on this whole source, bro. Motherfucker stupid, man. Same source.
On Tyron.
Look.
That was unnecessary. Just read.
Same source. September 17, 1708, by Governor Nathaniel Johnson and his council, a number of Indian men slaves was given as 500 Indian women slaves, 600 Indian children, 300, a total of 1,400. The number of Negroes at the time was 4,100, of indentured servants 120, and free whites 3,960. Same shit from 3 weeks ago. He brought the same shit up 3 weeks ago, y'all. He brought us back to this.
Look, you see those they can't read.
6.
I am. Are you gonna read it?
Tyrone, relax, bro. You're gonna bust a blood vessel, man.
Because look, in this book, in the same book on page 239, we have an account right here. It says October 16th, 1718. Furthermore, it was decreed that no greater duty was to be demanded on any slave brought into the colony directly from Africa by a ship of Great Britain than was to be demanded from vessels wholly owned by inhabitants.
Yeah, you brought up South Carolina. This talks about the precise slaves that's in that area, and it don't say any specifics about Africa. It just says Negro.
So
Negro can mean anything.
Related to and Negro slaves, making a
Negro
distinction.
can mean anything.
Hold on, Tyrone. On this page.
So that's another Negro can mean anything. How they figure? Where are they getting this from? Negro can mean anything. You out here like. And even though his voice is very annoying and all that, these abos do take him serious because he tries to seem like he has information and he can say people's names and give some dates. None of them be actually they never coincide with what his point is anyway. Over here he's just a joke.
It's already making a distinction between Negro and Indian.
Right. Actually, it's not, clown.
It actually is.
It's not. It isn't.
Jackie Chan, come get your son.
Kelly, are you stupid?
Wait,
because I know
Jackie
you ain't
Chan's
read
son.
this book. I know you didn't read the book.
Son. Jackie Chan's son, shut the fuck up.
Fake ass African. I know you ain't read this damn book.
Jackie Chan's son, be quiet.
Kelly, pseudo Wakata.
Hey, go ahead.
Don't test me, boy.
Come on.
Don't test me.
Speak Mandarin. Speak Mandarin.
Last time I heard you on the panel on somebody today.
Hold on.
Don't test me, boy.
Hold on, y'all. He don't even want to read his own shit. So
Well, mine's not a coincidence. I gave you a whole bunch of list of sources out of this book.
All right, while I read, I'm gonna put you in the back since you don't have to be quiet for 2 seconds.
Hey, let him read that shit, yo.
On 297, right? Let's just look. It says another element that contributed greatly to the decline of Indian slavery was that furnished by Negro slaves. So these are two different people. Like, is this guy slow? The rapidly increasing number of Negroes in each individual colony attests both the energy of trading companies and the desire of the colonies for the Negro type of slave labor. Both indentured white servants and Negro slaves, in fact, far outnumbered the Indian slaves.
Oh, man.
So how the fuck is Negro and Indians the same? Like, what the fuck?
What you talking about, yo? Hey, put that nigga back on, yo.
Gotcha. So, hold on. How are you? Hold on, bro. Because I know you didn't read the whole thing. I know you ain't read the whole book because I sent you this shit in the Instagram back chat. So don't go there. You didn't even read the book.
No, hold on.
You're already dead. Your source killed you, bro.
Hold on.
Your source killed you.
Now look, Tyrone.
He didn't read the book. He didn't read the book himself. Not listening. He didn't. I can tell his behavior. His behavior is and this don't even give you the whole book. The link that he posted don't even give you the whole book.
All he did was search the word Negro in this book because that's all that's highlighted. He searched Negro and then
Right. He gave us what he searched. He
looked for Negro and Indian. And all he saw was Negro and Indian and said that they're the same thing. He didn't actually read the thing.
Didn't Topcast tell him quit Googling stuff?
Terrible. His first shot, you killed yourself.
Dummy.
Yo,
so Tyrone,
hold on, bro.
Hold on, Tyrone.
Did you not even read the book? No, you didn't.
Tyrone, chill out. This is how it went down. You put a source. You didn't want to give us a page number for what you wanted to address. So I started looking, and all I see is distinctions between Negroes and Indians, meaning Negroes and Indians are not the same. Can you address the two things I just read? Can you address the two things I just read? He's never going to address what the point is. Like Warfare K said, right or wrong, to act like there's no distinction is wild. He can still hold his belief and still understand what he's reading. He's just trying to bypass all of that. Like, it's not saying what it's saying. And this is the Abo ideology. You have to be able to do this to be an Aboriginal, because there is no sources that agree with you. There's nothing that agrees with you. We can't pull anything up, find that, nothing. So they have to misinform people. They have to change words. They have to add on the shit, say things that the sources just don't say, which is crazy. But they all do this. This is Aboriginal YouTube doctrine 101. You have to learn how to do this if you want to be an abo and go fight in the field.
All right.
So that's from 3 weeks ago. So I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, y'all talking about the Nihilists in Minnesota? Dane didn't even make it to Minnesota. He said Mississippi or some shit. Bro, Dane's so pseudo for that. Big dummy. But listen, man, I'm about to get up out of here, yo. 4 hours, I was bullshitting. If I ain't had an internet connections, I probably would have already been done. Wujawu's live on the Seshu channel. Make sure y'all tap in over there. Seshu Mani Meru Necha. Let me try. Oh, Sister Juju, I think she live too. Juju and them doing the show. Yeah. Juju live and Wujawu live. I ain't hating on Juju show at all. But y'all make y'all mind know where y'all want to go. You ain't gotta go nowhere, but you gotta leave this channel. Catch the replay, man. Leave a comment. Share the show. We out. Triple OG.
What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.